Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022. It is 9:31 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of the Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, on the Chief of Police report. Good morning, Chief.
Morning, Commissioner Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, other members of the Commission, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. Tiefenk. As I do each week, I'll report first on COVID-19, an update. We'll talk about significant events, crime, and our personnel picture. This, as a reminder, is the period of time I'm reporting now on COVID, covers a 2-week period of time. We have seen a continued decline in the number of cases, 1 week over the next. This is a continuation now of a 9-week trend. We closed as of the 10th of September with 7,172 confirmed COVID-19 positive results. That over a 2-week period is 77 additional cases. And that is, again, a continued decline week over week. Just to give you a significance of that, this last week we had 24 new cases. And that is well beyond a 5-week low as far as cases. We continue to see that the majority of individuals that are tested positive for COVID have been previously vaccinated. This period of time of the 77 new cases, 56 of the individuals, or 73%, were vaccinated. I'm happy to report that there are no hospitalizations from this terrible pandemic. We do have 136 personnel that are recovering at home. That also is a significant improvement from where we were 2 weeks ago, or actually 3 weeks ago. And on the August 27th data, we had 189 of our personnel recovering at home. So we continue to see good path forward on this, and continue to encourage everyone to monitor the recent booster shots and other preventive measures to help mitigate the impact of this pandemic on everyone's health and welfare. In regards to significant events, over the last 3-week period of time, we've had a number of opportunities to meet with various community members, business leaders, and so forth. I want to call out and thank my appreciation to the BizFed Institute. They assembled a large leadership roundtable on the 6th of September and afforded me an opportunity to talk about the state of public safety in Los Angeles, what our strategies and objectives are, some of the results and the challenges going forward, including our attrition and our recruitment for rebuilding our workforce in its size. Additionally, we attended a town hall. This was a virtual one in the Hollywood area for a business and residents community town hall regarding crime strategies, specifically along the Hollywood Boulevard, a scene of some recent instances of some street robberies and a very striking instance of attempt street robbery that turned in resulted in a murder of what we believe was to be one of the suspects in a gun battle between the victim and the suspects. Lastly, we also attended the Jewish Forum in the San Fernando Valley. I want to thank Valley Bureau and as well as our community relations section for organizing what I believe was clearly one of the largest collections of representatives from the various stakeholders within the Jewish community. We had it in the San Fernando Valley, but there was representatives from all parts of the city that were there, and the totals exceeded more than 50 stakeholders in that discussion. Lastly, this last weekend, the Heart of the LAPD Walk was held at the Academy. This is our 5th annual efforts for suicide prevention within law enforcement. Law enforcement unfortunately has the terrible instance of which the number of suicides of our personnel as a profession each year outnumber the total of all other sources of line of duty deaths. This prevention march and walk was an effort to honor, to heal, and to offer hope, and ensure that all of our personnel recognize the services that are available, the counseling, the peer leaders, and others that are available to help individuals when they experience a sense of hopelessness and tragedy and emotional trauma, oftentimes from instances of which scenes or circumstances they encounter here in the workplace or typically at home. Lastly, I want to thank Mayor Garcetti and Fire Chief Crawley for organizing on Sunday the 21st anniversary of 9/11, an opportunity, a somber one, but to ensure that we never forget the terrible attacks on that morning, New York and the fields of Pennsylvania, the Pentagon, the loss of life, and the very shaking of the foundation of this great democracy. People who were targeted solely because they represent freedom and they represent our system of life and our system of government. While imperfect, I still believe a shining example for the rest of the world. It was an opportunity to honor and remember those, but also to ensure that the lessons learned from that terrible day and the aftermath of it continue in the next generation beyond. We had one of our command and staff officers, as well as rank and file, were present within that group. Were those of us that were here that terrible morning and the uncertainty, but also were some of our youngest members who were merely found themselves in a classroom setting or some other family dinner with parents unusually quiet as they tried to absorb what had just happened on our shores. So to that end, though, I do appreciate the efforts of organizing that and ensuring that we pay those tributes and remember those losses. In regards to categorical uses of force, we had one officer involved shooting over this last 3-week period of time. It did happen actually on the 11th of September at approximately 3:25 in the morning. On that date, at approximately 3:25, uniformed patrol officers were stopped at a tri-light signal on Rampart Boulevard, just north of 6th Street. As the officers were waiting for the light to turn green, they heard gunfire and learned that there was a shooting in progress. As officers broadcasted a backup request, they observed who they believed to be the suspect running northbound towards their location in the crosswalk. When the individual was in the crosswalk, one of the officers observed that he was in possession of a handgun. The officers exited their vehicle and holstered their firearms as the individual continued running northbound on the west sidewalk, passing the officers with the firearm in his possession. At that point, an officer-involved shooting occurred. The individual continued running past the officers, and according to the officers, they believe that the individual discharged his firearm at them. One of the officers then again fired his firearm at the suspect, at the individual. The individual continued northbound, crossed onto the east side of the street. Officers chased him on foot. The officers broadcasted help calls, attempting to get additional resources there. As the individual approached the east sidewalk, he dropped his firearm in the street. And at that point, according to the officer's account, he stopped, turned around, ran back towards the firearm and picked it up. After picking up the firearm, the individual faced the officers with the firearm in his hand. Fearing for the officer's safety, both officers discharged their firearm at the individual. This resulted in him being struck by the officer's gunfire. He continued running from the officers in a northeast direction, a short distance before falling down onto the sidewalk. There, officers stood by, waiting for additional units to respond. Upon their arrival, including a supervisor, a contact team was formed, and they approached the individual. He was taken in custody, handcuffed without further incident. Immediately thereafter, officers performed medical treatment on the individual until the paramedics' arrival. Paramedics did arrive and pronounced the suspect deceased at the scene. No officers were injured during this incident. A loaded 9mm semi-automatic ghost gun was recovered at the location. Force Investigation Division did respond. The individual involved in this has been identified as Lovani Luna. First name spelling is Liovahnii, a male Hispanic, 35 years of age. In regards to this officer involved shooting, this now represents the 26th officer involved shooting for the year. This number was 25 last year. We've had a total of 12 officer involved shootings resulting in a fatality this year. That number was 10 last year. The 4-year average for officer involved shootings is 22 at this point of time in the year, and 8.5 fatals as they're averaged over the entire year. Looking and transitioning next to our crime picture. The last 4 weeks, we have seen general improvement in the trending of the rate of crime in Los Angeles, with violent crime, property crime, and overall Part 1 crime now at a smaller rate of increase than it was 4 weeks ago. So to give some details on that, 280 homicides versus 281, so an increase of 1 homicide this year. In regards to our violent crime, we have a 4.7% increase. 4 weeks ago, that was a 5.3% increase. In regards to property crime, we have a 12.3% increase in every category of property crime. That number was a 13.2% increase, again, 4 weeks ago. And overall, Part 1 crime stands at a 10.4% increase, whereas 4 weeks ago, that number was 11.2. So these are improvements, and I am encouraged. We have a reduction in shooting victims this year versus last, but that number is very tenuous, with only 8 fewer shooting victims now than we did just a week ago. That we stand at 1,007 shooting victims this year versus 1,015 last year. Shooting victims over the last 4 weeks stand at 104 versus 122 the same period last year. However, and our homicides are flat, with 37 over the last 4 weeks versus 37 the same period last year. However, within there is also a tragic loss of life that has to be remembered, including the double homicide of 2 17-year-old young persons that were in the Lincoln Heights area and were attacked by what we believe is to be a male Hispanic lone individual on a bicycle that we have collected sufficient evidence to identify that while on that bicycle, he began firing a handgun, striking both these individuals, resulting in their murder. The investigation in regards to that crime scene, as well as the identity of this individual involved in this, continues. Just yesterday also was a very high-profile murder that occurred in a Southeast area local restaurant involving a music artist by the name of PNB Rock. There, a Mr. Rankin Allen was with his apparently with his girlfriend or a friend of his, and as they're there enjoying a simple meal, was brutally attacked by an individual who apparently, or we believe, came to the location after a social media posting of the artist and the woman accompanying him posting on Instagram a picture of the meal and a location that was tagged on that. Then while there, a male black arrived, we believe via a car, entered the location, directly attacked Mr. PNB Rock, demanding his property. He had an extensive amount of jewelry and other valuables. Struggle ensued, and the Mr. PNB Rock was shot and killed and lost his life there, simply over the jewelry and valuables that he had on his person. Our investigation continues. There was extensive amount of cameras and other investigative leads that we will follow to solve this case. But I want to bring out that while we see some improvement in our violent crime, that we still have far too high the rate of violence here that just 3 years ago was not present. Certainly at a much lesser level than today. So we have a lot of work yet to do. That work includes prevention and intervention effort, as well as working with our communities to encourage people to stop carrying guns, to discourage this reckless disregard for other people's lives over many times trivial matters or material goods. Lastly, I'm going to move over to our personnel strength. We have continued to see a weakening in our personnel strength numbers. My last report to you, we had 9,284 sworn personnel deployed. That number has dropped by 58 during this period to 9,226. That has us now 234 personnel below our authorized strength. In regards to our civilian personnel, there's been no change. We remain at 2,673. Again, an area that we still are underemployed by a minimum of 32 civilian positions. And looking at our path forward, our continued four-prong approach in hiring on our sworn personnel continues to be a housing incentive. I want to thank again Commissioner Soboroff and the Los Angeles Police Foundation, who've now raised significant funds, and we have 10 individuals that have already taken advantage of a housing initiative that will afford them some reduction in the cost of housing to live in the city as they get started on their young career. Our referral incentive now has 91 confirmed individuals that have referred members of this organization to join the academy. So that is an initiative that is also taking root, and I'm hopeful that it will continue to grow. Our 90 days to the academy, from application to academy seat, is still a process that we're working with the general manager of personnel department to achieve. It is the results of that initiative are still pending. I would look to the end of September and beginning of October to see how we are how that process and system improvement, so that people, when they apply for this position, can qualified individuals can have a series of rigors of tests and examinations and find employment and find a seat in an academy within a 3-month period of time. Instead, currently that number frequently exceeds 9-10 months to a year. Lastly, within the Public Safety Committee remains our efforts to establish a $15,000 hiring bonus or a hiring incentive for new recruits. This is increasingly across the country a strategy that's being used, and it's going to be important for us. I believe it enjoys the support of the mayor as well as our council members. I look forward to ensuring that we move forward with it. As we saw just as recently as this last Friday, New Orleans offered a $30,000 bonus. We have agencies all across this country that are offering these incentives. I think that that the hiring bonus now, the absence of it is probably more of a disincentive than an incentive, because it's become more and more commonplace as an expectation that there'll be a hiring bonus. Lastly, today there was a Perth Police Executive Research Forum. As a member of that board, was announced a symposium that will be held in Washington, D.C. On November 2nd and 3rd. And we will have representatives there, as across the country we bring major city chiefs and other agencies to the table to examine what are incentives, what are the means of which we're attracting the next generation, and also what are efforts to reduce attrition, because we have seen a marked increase across the country, both in retirements, but also resignations, individuals that have decided to leave the field or leave one agency to go to another. So I look forward to us having a seat at that table and learning from others, as well as we share what our practices are. With that, that concludes my comments, and I'll take any questions, comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to remind you, I believe that yesterday was also National Police Women Day. So to that extent, I want to thank all female law enforcement officers on the LAPD for their service, for their commitment to the citizens of our city, and for keeping us safe. So thank you. At this point, I want to go to Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I do have some questions on matters that I'll ask later, Chief, but I did want to ask you with respect to the matter pending in council and subcommittee for the incentive plan. Is there, to your knowledge, is there anything holding that up that the commission can work on with council, or is there a particular issue, or is just the normal course of waiting to agendize something?
I believe it's the latter. We have provided on initial presentations some additional information, as has the personnel department. I spoke with Ms. Brown, who's the general manager of personnel department, on Sunday at the 9/11 event, and again verified with her that we believe we provided everything that's necessary. Again, I think that this is unfortunately just the time it takes to work through the bureaucracy, but I look to do everything within our power. And I appreciate your voice of support as well and the engagement to encourage us to promptly move through this this engagement.
All right, thank you, Chief. I do view this as critical to at least maintaining current levels within the department, if not trying to at least make an effort to meet our hiring goals. So if there's anything I or other members of the commission can do, please do let us know. It's critically important we move that forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff.
Chief, what you described, now the PERF is the, what is it? It's a Major Cities Chiefs Association meeting coming up in next month. Is that what it is?
It's the Police Executive Research Forum. They are a think tank and look and review police matters, reforms, the evolution of policing, and they also deal with very topics of the day, if you will, and bring in both the practitioners as well as academia and others to try to untangle thorny or complicated issues and challenges to what law enforcement engages.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what you just described to us is a nationwide unsustainable crisis regarding the number of people in law enforcement to provide safety for Americans based on a number of factors to the point where the national organization is bringing together people to say, I don't know what to say, to describe the crisis, to try and alleviate. Am I exaggerating that?
No, there was a survey that was conducted of police executive research members earlier this year. We participated in as a department, as did many other departments. And what it found was that police officer hiring dropped more than 20% in 2020. And despite rebounding in 2021, we're still lower today in hiring numbers than we were pre-pandemic, about 4% lower. In the face of that, which isn't a substantial, significant number until you realize that police officer resignations increased sharply in 2021. There was over 40% more resignations in the profession in 2021 than there was in 2019. So the exit as well, in regards to retirements, there was 20% more retirements in 2021 than it was 2019. So the door going out the organization, both in retirements, which is typically a cyclical matter, depending on when people were hired, and hiring surges from decades ago, but the resignations are also troubling. So this is an opportunity for us to come together and recognize that these decreased staffing numbers are a result of both a reduction in applicants that are coming to the position, and B, an increase in those that are either leaving the field or retirements because of just the life cycle of employment. So this will bring everyone together for us to examine what is LAPD doing. We'll talk about the four prongs that I've just mentioned. We'll talk about our use of mentoring and our trying to ensure that applicants who are interested in this, that we help support them and coach them through a process that at times can be a challenge. But we also want to hear not just a show and tell. We want to hear from other agencies and hear what their best practices and experiences are. For instance, I commented on it briefly in regards to recruitment with a recruitment bonus. It's my belief that the bonus for new hires is going to be is increasingly going to be an expected standard rather than an incentive. And so if you don't have it, it's more of a disincentive than the fact that if you have it. Now, 6 months ago, it would have been a standout, but today people are looking for it as a regular course of business. Same with laterals. Many agencies, and this is something we want to talk about as a profession, are offering monies to individuals who work within LAPD for 2 or 3 years. And if you'll take that lateral, they'll pay them $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 to go to a different agency. So we're picking from one part of the profession to bolster or staff another part. And I think we've got to look at that as a profession to ensure that we grow the overall pool and not just simply move around the finite and scarce resources. For LAPD, we look at that as well as a means of ensuring we have an environment We have a culture that supports our personnel, that they feel that they're supported both by their chief, by this commission, by the elected leaders, that they see the staffing, that they see equipment and training that meets their needs, and that they feel that this is a location that's desirable to remain. I believe that we do well there, but we can do much better. We have surveys currently going on by 30 by 30 and other initiatives to figure out how to ensure that we have an equitable and inclusive workforce and practices that reflect that.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Kalanche?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Hi, Chief. I have two things. One is I just want to echo my frustration about, the gun violence and particularly the youth that were killed this weekend in Lincoln Heights. I feel that we need to be more vocal, more present, more visible in our conversations with community. And we chatted about this briefly, but I just feel as a commission, we could take on a larger, more visible role in talking about gun violence, especially with communities that have, seen increased violence and have seen, young people especially lose their lives at such a young age when they have so much promise. So I just, want us to think about that and how we can be more vocal and visible and present when it comes to these issues as a commission, not just, the chief. And I know that, the department and the divisions are doing as much as they can. But I think as a commission, we need to kind of think about how we can talk about those issues more in the public sphere.
We will be hosting a press conference to update the community with the community in this next day or so, and I certainly will ensure that you're invited to that as well as any commissioner members. Always welcome to come and speak on these issues of public safety and insight that you would offer, and as well as your requests. I think that it benefits our community to see our commission as advocates for them and on their behalf.
Perfect. The other thing I wanted to, and I'm not going to ask a lot of questions on this, but I've been thinking a lot about the reserve officers and how we use reserve officers. And I know that there's certain things they can do and can't do. And I've been talking to folks on the department and kind of come up with some thoughts on how we can better use our reserve officers. We have captains that are retiring because they're on drop or different levels, lieutenants, sergeants, but are still young and have a lot to contribute to the department. And I'm wondering if to kind of fill this immediate gap, how we can better use our reserve officers or get our captains or lieutenant sergeants off, P3s, whatever, that are retiring to become reserves to help us with the experience and the intellect that they bring as part of being part of the department for 25 plus years. So I'm not going to ask you to answer all these questions that I just asked, but I guess I'm asking President Briggs, maybe we can have a presentation as to, because I don't know all the details as to what they can and cannot do. I know that they support with foot beats and maybe at large, events, but can they support with some of the admin that captains have to do so that we can get the captains out of the community? So I would request at this time sometime down the road a presentation how we can better use our reserve or department folks that are retiring, that we can bring them back in to really bring what they have to offer to help us with deployment or just expertise, and use them in a better way that's more productive for the department.
I look forward to Commander Billy Brockway. I'll ask that he reach out to you to brief you on these points. We have 411 reserve officers, the vast majority of them, 329 or level 1, which means they're fully capable of working on assignment in the field by themselves. We have these reserves are working a variety of posts that some of them you referenced, but also our cold case team out of Robbery Homicide Division. We have detectives that are working on follow-up investigations as reserves. We also have on complex investigations and as well as administrative functions and tasks that behind the scenes, if you will. So they give back. I'm proud. Just this last Friday night, I attended the retirement of Captain Pete Casey, commanding officer within Training Division, and his generosity was to continue as a reserve. And he's already offered to come back, and that in addition to joining a board with the LGBTQ San Fernando Valley Board, and to continue to contribute there. So you are right. Many of our personnel that are retiring are offering and are participating. We have reserves working on our firearms sections. They're scattered about, but I think we would welcome an opportunity to present on this. We brag a bit about these twice as citizens, but also I welcome a conversation to greater detail with Commander Brockway with you.
And I know that they're great and that they contribute their time for very little compensation, if any. But I want to think outside the box how we can use them to facilitate more community engagement, to facilitate allowing the area commanders more time to be out in the community, because they're kind of managing double duty, like managing their divisions, but then we expect them to be at every community meeting that the community wants them to attend. So I would yes, I would love to hear all the great work that they're doing, but also some ideas of how we can better use their expertise. So yeah, so that was it. As I was thinking about the numbers and deployment, something I would really like to see.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche, and we'll look into a presentation down the road after speaking with Commander Brockway. Thank you.
That is it. Thank you.
Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you. Just one comment and a question. The comment or observation, of course, is that law enforcement is one of a growing list of professions, institutions that are facing historic staffing shortages. So there's a shortage of teachers, a shortage of childcare workers, shortage of mental health professionals, doctors, and so on and so forth. So it's a combination of the broader demographic, people in the baby boom generation still leaving the workforce, who came in some years ago, different attitudes and mindset of new generations and so on. So the suggestion would be that as you continue all of the deliberation that you described, Chief, that you also try to also tune into just the broader dynamic that is facing a number of professions, and to see others, what else can be learned about how you attract young people from the current generations, and who's making choices to do what. So just that one observation is not just policing or law enforcement. The question though is, you mentioned in terms of the personnel strength, I think it was 9,226, which I think you said was about 234 below the authorized positions. And so the question just is, can you comment on what impact, if any, you're seeing on response times? I assume you're still timely on emergency calls, but if you can comment just on what impact, if any, you're seeing on the response times, and whether that impact is uniform across the city or concentrated in any particular areas.
So thank you. And on all points, including job designs and what is a 21st century police officer and current generation and hiring standards and so forth, how do we recognize that? I totally agree with you. Also is, how do we deliver police services with a reduced workforce, which goes to your point of how we measure that the impact of these workplace shortages. We're watching our response times very closely. We have seen an impact on our urgent and routine calls for service times. They have been lengthened significantly when we look at pre-pandemic levels and earlier staffing levels. Our urgent times today are about 25 minutes. And those numbers used to range in the area of 15 to 17 minutes on average. Our routine calls for service are approaching 1 hour. And those numbers used to be in the high 30s, 35, 40, 45 minutes as far as a routine call for service. Calls for service are down across the city, but only single digits. And we do, at each of our ComStat meetings, look at the individual 21 stations, what their average response times are to each of these categories, as well as the deployment of their available resources to ensure a bottom-up staffing, that we're staffing our patrol resources first, and then as to specialized units, and that includes other investigations, that we prioritize that the basic workforce in a black and white as they're working in the streets is sufficient to meet the needs of responding to calls, but also having some available time. I am encouraged that by the council action that, while recognizing these staff reductions, has allotted and has allocated the department additional overtime hours so that we can bolster staffing. The bolstering that staffing has allowed us to meet some of these service demands, to increase the uniform presence in foot beats as well as in patrols in areas, so that the reduction in this workforce is not bearing, if you will, it's just how much pain is being experienced by the local areas because of the workforce. One of the topics, for instance, in the Hollywood area during that town hall meeting, today versus 2019, they have 50 fewer police officers working in that command than they did, again, just 3 short years ago. So how do we adjust for that? And part of it is augmented staffing through overtime. Part of it is realigning our desk closures, our non-essential work, taking reports online instead of an in-person response. Those are all alternative services, as well as I look forward to the continued expansion of alternative resources, such as our pet teams and others that are going out, Circle and so forth, that go out and provide resources and needs to people experiencing a homeless crisis or other type of engagement that typically, in the absence of those added resources, LAPD is being dispatched. So we're trying to right size the workload on our folks by a number of different strategies, but it is bearing impact. It is impacting our service levels on those less important crimes, less important calls. Will say and remain committed to that our primary resources that we remain, no matter how, where this attrition as it's gotten us to this point, we have to remain invested in follow-ups on homicide investigations, on crimes of violence and sexual assault. Those are robberies. Those are significant matters that undermine a sense of safety, even though many people may not be impacted, for instance, with a follow home robbery or follow home bandit. The impact it has on a community's sense of safety is profound, and something that there's not a conversation I have anywhere in a city that the topic's not brought up. So a task force working on those, making those arrests, pursuing prosecution of those violent individuals is appropriate, and something that does come at times at the expense of a narcotic investigation or at the expense of a patrol investigation.
So, appreciate the comments. One thing I want to make sure I understand is when you're thinking about it in regards to, say, the 2 elements of the patrol plan, you've got the response times, which you spoke to. You alluded to, I think, some of the foot beats and things, but what impact are you seeing on the element of the patrol plan that speaks to proactive policing and the ability to get out and engage and do some of the things that even Commissioner Kalanje was referring to? So how do you quantify that, and
Sure.
what impact, and how is it being prioritized?
So the current model is what's called a 7:30 model, 7-minute response time on average, enough staffing to anticipate the types of emergency calls that are coming in by area of the city, so that all times of the day and night, there's sufficient staffing to meet a 7-minute response time on average to an emergency call for service. The other portion is called a 30% references to 30% of an officer's time being available for directed patrol, self-initiated activities, problem-solving efforts that are not being dictated by a radio call. Now, our goal, actually adopted by the city council some 30 years ago, is a 7:40, that 40% of an hour's 24 minutes is available for an officer to initiate his or her own activities, to whether it be self-directed code 6 to do a foot beat along an area that is, they're not responding to a call, but they're involved in community engagement. They're involved in talking and being seen and working with stakeholders, initiating a criminal investigation. Those are all, that's the 40%. Our staffing doesn't provide us with enough personnel to staff at a 40% rate. So we're staffing at a 30%. And that is meant to give officers some time to do self-directed activities without simply being tasked with the radio. Now, there are times across the city in which an officer is going from call to call to call, and they don't have the ability to initiate their own activities because of if you will, there's just not enough officers out there to allow for this free unassigned time. We do work with our supervisors and our command officers to monitor officers' time on investigations and on scenes to ensure that they're freeing themselves up when at the earliest juncture so that they are available to conduct additional patrols and additional engagements in the community.
I think you just answered this question that you said this is monitored. Is that in some formal, and methodical way, or is it just periodically and when you can? This
No, so
monitoring the time.
yes. So there are some triggers that are done by communications division as to an officer being on scene of a location, a follow-up to see if they're to update their status, so to speak. And then supervisors in the field. The critical aspect of supervision is it's not just in the station, but it's out in the field, and it's monitoring officers' assignments and their activities and dropping by and hearing those officers to ensure and encourage them to remain available to complete their task. We want to make sure that we are thorough, that we're complete. And when we get to a scene, it may take us a while to get there if it's a routine matter. But once we're there, we also want them to spend the appropriate amount of time to determine what actions can they take both then or later in order to resolve the underlying circumstance that got them there to begin with. So we don't want officers just to stop the clock, get there, drop a business card and be on their way. Once they're at that routine or urgent call, we want them to conduct the necessary investigation, interviews, to reach out, get additional resources there if they need to canvass the area to get important information, whether it be witness information or other, to help solve that problem and ensure that it's a lasting change and not simply just a Band-Aid for the moment.
Yeah, appreciate that. So that just goes without saying, time being one of the most precious resources we all have, that, these things I think warrant, increasing focus just with the shortage that you're facing. So I'll appreciate some additional information as we continue to watch the numbers. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Chief, I just want to follow up on something that Commissioner Bonner was just mentioning. I guess I just want clarity. And that is the reduction in sworn personnel. Is it or is it not having a direct impact on our patrol plan for high crime areas?
Yes, it is having an impact there as it's having an impact across all 21 areas. We share, the patrol plan looks at actual workload and projects workload based on the historical instances of calls, the amount of time officers spend on those investigations. It's not just a bean counter. It actually looks at a time motion evaluation of what the nature of calls are. For instance, a radio call of a burglar alarm in Northeast is not the same as a homicide in Northeast. Both they involve different levels of work. And this algorithm and the automated system can gather that information, and it uses a queuing system to project workload. It's accurate about 85% of the time. So it gives suggested guidelines as far as what deployment numbers should be. It takes it from a pool of available resources, what our staffing is. But there is no way to simplify that we can look at this and say, here's a workforce that has 800 fewer sworn members working in the streets today, and that workforce has not been impacted or the levels of service impacted in the field. There's efforts for us to mitigate this. There's efforts for us to ensure efficiencies. There's efforts to augment and add additional resources through overtime and so forth. But at the end of the day, that is a sizable reduction. We have eliminated or downsized specialized units, and we've changed work practices in order to reach this point. Our staffing today essentially is where we were 20 years ago, with 3 fewer areas. We did not have Topanga, we did not have Mission Area, we did not have Olympic Station. Those stations alone take required front desk operations and other operations. Now, in addition, we did not have the MTA, which has well over 100 personnel that are detailed there, fully compensated, but buried in those numbers are these realities, these added burdens. The Office of Public Safety and General Services is now the Security Services Division of the Los Angeles Police Department. There's 100 personnel that are working that detail that, again, 20 years ago were not tasked. What I'm trying to explain and what I will articulate is that we're meeting this head on through ensuring that we are doing, that we think outside the box, that we identify traditional and non-traditional services that we should realign and do in a different way. But at the end of the day, we're also making every effort to minimize impacts on crimes of violence in those areas that are experiencing the high levels of violence to ensure that those staffing numbers are protected and have a greater level of deployment. Areas of the city that have the highest level of violent crime, shooting violence and violent crime, have a much higher level of deployment of additional personnel than other areas. If you simply look at West LA compared to Newton Division, you'll see West LA is probably 4 or 5 times larger in geographic mass, and as well as population is larger, but yet their deployment is West LA is one of the smallest, or not the smallest in the city. That is because of the associated workload and the nature of the crime pictures. We do not spread our police resources across the city like butter and some even application across the entire city. They're spread, they're assigned on a basis of underlying work and matters of challenges of public safety, and how can we concentrate those resources most effectively.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Soboroff?
Chief, how can you assure the people of LA, based on what we're going through and what's happening on a national basis, that in a unusual event, whether it's civil unrest or an earthquake or something like that, that will be okay. That there are other places we can go for emergency resources. That you have contingency plans.
Well, it's just that. We have the ability to mobilize our organization to increase the physical number of officers on the street by more than doubling it, simply by, again, canceling days off and vacations. That this is a matter of contingency plans that we have first called a tactical alert. We can marshal resources at a local level. We can suppress non-essential radio calls to, again, improve the number of personnel that are available to handle the emergency of the incident at hand. If it's more significant or over a longer period of time, we go into what's called a mobilization. If that would be insufficient, as it was 2 years ago, we would then go into a mutual aid and ask for surrounding agencies, law enforcement agencies, to help and bolster our resources. And as we did there, when the local emergency was the entire region that was being impacted, then we marshaled the National Guard, and we established additional controls on the democracy of curfews and added means to ensure the safety of Angelenos. Those are drastic and dramatic steps. I do not see our staffing levels here today as requiring any of those items. However, we have contingencies in place should it be a man-made or natural disaster, that we would have the ability to turn up the dial. What we are talking about here, though, and is important, is that I'm encouraged by the city council and the support of this mayor that has, for the last 2 years now, certainly this last year, more than a year, has efforted to restore some of the positions that were lost during the economic crisis and during the challenges of 2020. And what we found, and what, however, as they're trying to accomplish that, to restore positions, we were at 9,500, and the effort was to move us up to 9,700. We have found one of the most difficult hiring engagements. At the same time, the level of attrition has increased. And so the people who are leaving the organization at a faster clip, and as Commissioner Bronner indicated, all industries across America are experiencing staffing shortages and difficulty in hiring the next generation. So it's a perfect storm in that sense. But in the ongoing operations, we will marshal and organize and reorganize ourselves to accomplish our basic missions. And that is the assurance to every Angeleno I'll provide.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. At this time, we're going to go to item 2 on the agenda, public comment. Madam Secretary, will you please open up the floor?
Okay, our first speaker is caller ending 1264.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Public comment and the captain's comments.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes, Captain. I'm calling to let you know that we're still having problems at Foothill Division as far as communication with the community policing. We actually have none at all. We've recently had 2 shootings in the neighborhood, fatalities on the corner of Laurel Canyon and Van Nuys Boulevard. And I think a lot of that activity seems to be because of the 7-Eleven that's been put there that's now 24 hours. It does attract a lot of bad element. We already have a bad element. And also, I wanted to make a comment about what you talked about the police officers not being able to recruit enough officers, and that you're getting a lot of attrition going on. But we have a huge problem because a lot of the gangs are increasing their numbers, which makes it even more difficult for you to police the city. We have a lot of traffickers that have come from across the border that are operating here in the city. And I understand your frustration. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, but we cannot sustain this. I mean, but we have to have communication with the community policing. We've constantly been ignored by them. And also, I'd like to mention about the dispensaries that you have here. A lot of them are operating in questionable legality. I mean, we have businesses that are one thing, but they're operating as another thing. It's very confusing. It's very dangerous to our community. And I like to just leave it right there. I have a lot of other things, but I want to actually let more people get in. Thank you for letting me have my comment. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, agenda items, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Well, first off, I know how frustrating it is regarding the lack of officers throughout all the communities. And I know Chief Moore is working really hard with his recruitment group, outreach, hiring. It's just very frustrating. But I do know that there's one division out there that even though they are low in staff, they have lowered their response call by 1 minute, which is, I think, outstanding. I also, on the agenda items, I support 3B, 3C, and good luck to Southeast CPAB regarding agenda item 4A. And my condolences go out to the 2 teens that were killed at Lincoln Heights. That was just uncalled for. I do know we need to do something more about this gun violence and violence throughout the entire city. And I think a lot of it has to do with the Public Safety Committee. So I hope they can fix this and everybody stay safe and healthy. And with that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Oscar Portillo.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I would like to start with a couple of events that occurred these past weekends. There was a shooting at a community carnival, excuse me, in Pacoima that left 1 man injured on September 4th. Shooting was by a 17-year-old. There was a shooting at a carnival in Lincoln Heights that killed 2 teenagers this past Sunday. There was also that shooting at Pet Park in San Pedro where hundreds of people, including children, were attending a car show where 2 people were killed and 6 injured. This is not getting very serious, where gang members are getting very bold and very brazen in their attacks, where now the public and innocent lives are in direct crossfire. It has gone to the point where people can't even go to a community event or carnival without fear there will be another shooting or some form of attack. It has gone to the point where people must take extra precaution and now always look behind their back when they drive home in fear that they are being followed and robbed at home. There have been reports that people have been followed home or followed to their car and robbed at gunpoint from high-end areas like malls, the jewelry district, nightclubs, high-end restaurants, or recording studios like the one we had here in North Hollywood on September 1st. This is all a direct response to being too lenient on laws and too lenient on criminals and gangs. It is time we take a stand and demand and show that enough is enough, and we fight back with tough laws to deter this type of behavior and chaos. Jails need to be brought back as a form of punishment. We must bring back gang enhancements. We must lift the hiring freeze, and we must hire more officers and have more officers on the streets. Having more police in communities has a direct impact on crime. Study after study has confirmed this, and we must give our officers the resources and support to do their jobs effectively. The biggest challenge across the board, as stated by officers and LAPD commanders, is manpower. As a result, it could take an officer anywhere from 5 to 50 minutes to respond to a high priority call. The response time can be even higher depending on where that officer is in the city. That means if someone has broken into your home and you call 911, depending where that officer is in the city, or if they are on another call, it can take up to 15 minutes or more from that time dispatch gets the call, assigns that call to an officer, and have the officer respond on scene. The day of that shooting that happened on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on August 29th had 26 officers deployed that morning. However, 20 of those officers were at the scene of that shooting, which meant they had no available units if something major was to happen. This is absolutely ridiculous. We again ask you to do what's morally right, protect our citizens as you are sworn oath to do, and let's take back our streets from the grips of these vicious criminals. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Did that work?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Closed session of the chief and recruitment. Done.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Chief evaluation. There was an officer stepped on the face of a guy in handcuffs, and you really got to wait to fire that badge tarnisher? What are you waiting on? What do you need to see? Like 184 times to determine what happened? Isn't it obvious that gentleman must be fired? It was, I think, one of these Saturdays in August around 11:18. I heard on a Fuhrer and the gang graffiti, the chief used the words human decency. So I had wondered, when the chief and the mayor were lying about when they picked the chief, I was wondering, so I moved that the chief be fired. So in recruitment, one of the things I noticed is the Congress makes $174,000 a year. That's $88 an hour, and they don't have their life on the line. They don't have to be spit on. They're not enduring flamethrowers, et cetera, et cetera. They only, what the research I found was a low starter was $54,000, right? 10% in sales tax, $5,400, $18,000 in rent, $7,000 in food, $10,000 in gas, insurance for the year, $2,400. They barely got $9,000 left, and that's going to go fast. And the Congress makes $88 an hour. That's $174,000 a year, and their life isn't on the line. The LAPD should make that much to start, right? Even though they still shoot unarmed people, they haven't taken care of that. They almost never use a shield, right? So these are some of the problems. And the commission it can't fix this. This same not adjusted to inflation paycheck is worse in other select categories of job types. And this is making everybody's life in America far more difficult, trying to live life and trying to pay bills, right?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jamie.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The LAPD continues to hunt, chase, assault, and murder the residents of Los Angeles while maintaining a death grip on the city budget. As of Sunday, September 11th, the department has killed 12 people this year alone by shooting them, and has killed an additional 2 people in a vehicular crash. Further, in the last 2 weeks alone, the LAPD has lied about and/or misrepresented the department's role in major events in which they were the instigator, including chasing a motorist through a red light intersection, killing Tanisha Harris, and Jemaria Keys, who were on their way home from work, and in the assault and arrest of 19-year-old Robert Cortez, who was attending Summer Night Lights when he was grappled with and body slammed by police for filming a friend's detainment, an interaction that easily could have resulted in Robert's death. In each of these instances, LAP initiated and escalated violence, then used the resources of the department and the city, including funds spent on video production and editing, media relations, investigations, and the salaries of officers and civilians, to cover up, deny, shift, and/or reframe their involvement. This is just one of the many abuses of power inherent to policing in general, and the LAPD in particular, which is facilitated by city quote-unquote leadership and this board. No matter how much money is stolen from the taxpayers to train officers in de-escalation, the LAPD will always escalate violence because that's literally their job, to keep our most vulnerable communities oppressed and terrorized by the ever-present threat and frequent execution of all forms of violence, including murder. The department is a danger to our family members, neighbors, and loved ones. And in all settings and all circumstances, it must be defunded, with the money instead spent on programs that benefit communities rather than harming them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Tiffany Allen. Tiffany Allen, you're on.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, hello, I'm Joni Fillard. First, I would like to, I want to ask a question is why are we still doing meetings through Zoom meetings? It's been 2 years and City Council has resumed public meetings. Children are going back to school and you guys have several community policing events. So it's just kind of confusing as to why we're still doing Zoom meetings. You can still give people the option of doing Zoom meetings, but and also have public meetings as well. Also, a second thing that I would like to ask is you guys try to probably pretend, or not probably, but I'm not good at speaking. So this is just what it is. This is the reason why I don't want to come on here, but you guys are targeting me for something that a past employer has accused me of being like a disgruntled employee. And because you guys did not properly investigate it and you left it alone, it just stayed. And so now I am being harassed by you guys. I'm being targeted. I'm being intimidated. I'm not given a chance to speak up for myself. I'm being gaslighted into staying quiet. And I want to know, like, when actually is the targeted harassment going to stop? And when am I going to get a chance to tell my side of the story? And, you know, and not be harassed, not have to worry about going outside and being harassed by you guys, because you guys are under this idea that I did something that I didn't do. So, I mean, I don't know. You got there's just no accountability. There's no accountability. There's no way of working with you guys because you don't want a negative. You guys don't want a negative narrative on your side, but I'm sorry, what you're going by is false allegations. But I'm done. I'm done. Hello. Oh.
Let's go to the next caller, Madam Secretary.
Okay, our next speaker is Christian.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The first thing is the crime stats. It's concerning because almost everything is highlighted in red. As we all know, crime is up, and under gang-related crime, the rape is up 600%. So it's crazy to see everything up, but then interestingly, the arrests are down. It's down 32%. So it's not that there's less crime happening, but there's less arrests happening, and it's probably due to your reduced workforce. So we need to look into why were there so many resignations in 2021? you know, these officers who took early retirements, maybe it was because they didn't want to take the gene therapy shots. You know, this is a crisis of your own making. You need to look deeper into the decisions you're making. Kalanche suggested getting those who retired to join as reserve officers. But if you're going to mandate the COVID shot, you're going to have the same dilemma before you. So please reconsider these crazy mandates. As you already admitted, 73% of the new cases were previously vaccinated. So let's get away from this mandated vaccine that doesn't even work. Okay, moving on. There's a LAPD officer lawsuit against you guys alleging obstruction of justice by Councilwoman Rodriguez, who interfered with the attempt to serve a search warrant on a marijuana business. Senior lead officer, who was my senior lead officer, and my friends and my families, Cesar Contreras, was retaliated against for identifying and reporting what he believed to be violations of state and federal law, to protect City Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, and in violation of LAPD policy, the captain refused to take any action on the misconduct reported. And going further, the news article said Rodriguez again approached Contreras and threatened that she could have a conversation with the chief of police and have the plaintiff gone. And as we've called in before, we know that that's what happened. Councilwoman Rodriguez did go to Chief Moore and he granted her request. And, you know, the morale is down among officers, and now these officers' careers are put in danger just because they're doing their jobs. And their job was to swear an oath to uphold the law. And, you know, they're telling him, you know, the first captain told Contreras that his career is now in danger and his head is on the chopping block. And the deputy chief told him, you better fly straight or he would be gone. And that he was removed from District 7 after Rodriguez demanded his transfer, even though he worked there for 6 years without any being written up for anything. So we, the people, regular citizens, are trying to protect.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning. I'd like to dedicate my comments to all the victims of 9/11, all crime victims today. I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I do want to thank the chief for a great report. I want to thank the LAPD, the LAFD, all city agencies and citizens that took part in the 9/11 remembrance ceremony. It's important that we never forget. I heard loud and clear the chief talk about the officer suicides, that there are more suicides than line of duty deaths, all line of duty deaths. I want everyone to hear this loud and clear, especially if there are officers listening, if there are families of officers, friends of officers. We love you. We respect you. We support you. Week after week, we do come on here and we talk about a lot of different issues. That doesn't mean that we don't love, support, and respect you. We do. We know that no one is perfect and the department is not perfect, but we seek to help you do the job that you came on to do. And never forget that. Regarding the chief's report, 73% vaccinated, that COVID-19, it's time to stop that. It's time to have an amnesty. It's time to get those officers who've been sidelined or disciplined back in the fight. Obviously, we need every available officer to get in there and fight crime. The crime numbers are up. That's reported crime. There's a lot of crime that's not reported because people are not going to wait an hour and a half or longer to report crimes. They're just not going to do it. So you may not be getting a true picture, a true crime picture. Chief, I thought it was great that you talked about your opportunities to meet with the community through virtual town halls. I encourage all divisions to do that. And I encourage the police commissioners to go to those meetings and hear what the people are saying personally. If you're not going to have in-person police commission meetings, which I understand, and maybe you get more business done in a more efficient way virtually, but get out there, listen to the community. You could go unannounced, but I think that's very important. Every neighborhood, every division, every community should have that access. It shouldn't be just a, name your group. It shouldn't be just them. It should be everyone. Everyone is an individual and should have the right to a good community police relationship. That can be done in person, or that can be done virtually. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh, use of force. A lot of people seem to have a misunderstanding of use of force here. So just to go over it quickly, the LAPD is not a murderous, racist organization, but LA is a violent city. And the LAPD officers have the right and obligation to use force to effect an arrest, prevent escape, or overcome resistance. The police escalate when non-cooperation, non-compliance, and resistance takes place. Keep that in mind. Also,
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
Hello,
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, everybody. Did anyone catch the article that came out September 2nd? It was titled LAPD Officer's Suit Alleges Obstruction of Justice by Councilwoman. And this is on mynewsla.com. It's a very informative read, and it's about our public safety chair, Monica Rodriguez. I'm going to read the first paragraph real quick. Los Angeles police officer is suing the city, alleging he experienced backlash for complaining about what he maintains was an attempt by City Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez to interfere with his attempt to serve a search warrant on a marijuana business. Since January, the community has spoken out very loudly about Councilwoman Rodriguez having an influence on moving Senior Lead Officer Contreras. The Sunland Tonga Neighbor Council wrote a letter to Chief Moore, along with many other community members. I have them, I've shared them, and I'll share them again. The article states the obstruction of justice accusations were reported to the FBI. The article states that Rodriguez approached Contreras and threatened that she could have a conversation with the chief of police and have plaintiff gone. It now appears that Contreras was moved because, he uncovered corruption. So I asked this question. Did Chief Moore know about the FBI investigation prior to moving Senior Lead Officer Contreras? If so, that is public corruption at the highest levels, and that is obstruction of justice. I'm calling for an investigation from the IG immediately. You have my information. My name is Philip Tabby. I am calling for an investigation in this matter immediately. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Norma Chavez. Norma Chavez, you're on. Okay, we'll come back to Norma. Next, we have Javier.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to address three areas. First of all, I'm not sure that the chief mentioned it. I may have missed it, but down here in the harbor area, we're very grateful for South Bureau Homicide, Captain Gonzalez, and our own Captain Brent McGuire for 4 arrests made in connection with a shooting at Peck Park about a month and a half ago, in which 8 people were shot, 2 died, and they were all people that came in from other communities where the crime rate is so high that they don't go to their own parks. So they leave their city and come to the city of LA, and their problems follow them. We're obviously able to travel anywhere we want to go, but trouble brings trouble. And we want to thank the LAPD and our captains, our patrol officers, and everybody else who responded from the city for helping us out during that difficult time. St. Peter's is a pretty peaceful place, and we're glad to have LAPD taking care of us. Also, a few days ago, there was an arrest in Harbor City that certain elements in the media got blown out of proportion in Harbor City. It was a community meeting. Some gang members were spotted there. Officers, asked them to, move on, and things got out of control. Somebody took a photo of officers taking the suspect down, and the media, as usual, has portrayed it as police abuse. The real story is that the officers were protecting those that were attending the meeting. Chief, on your presentation, I think it's the best ever and most in depth that I've heard you provide and any chief provide in years. And I think it gives us great understanding about the difficulties that you're facing, this department is facing, that others have never ever faced. The issue of Zoom versus in person, I think the Zoom meetings allow more order, more civility. I've been to the in-person meetings where people are yelling, interrupting, being abusive, and that's not productive. Finally, Chief, I think that on the issue of CPABs, you may want to have your captains get together and develop some new standards, maybe rotate chairs. Some divisions have had the same person in charge for a long time, too long. And change is always good. New ideas are always good. And I think setting term limits and needing new ideas is important to the growth of the CPABs and the involvement of the community, because people in place for too long kill ideas and kill the spirit of what the CPABs were designed to be. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go to Matios Cadane.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to touch on what Chief Moore said. Not many people are impacted by follow home robberies. Their sense of safety is affected. And I just want to pose the question, why is their sense of safety affected? And could it be because you're constantly amplifying an event to propagate a sense of danger and fear? Is it because you know you can use this fear mongering to leverage city officials to expand the LAPD resources? Just think on that for a second. Just reiterating that 12 people this year were killed by the LAPD by shooting. That doesn't include Valentina Peralta. And the LAPD has killed 2 people in a vehicular car crash. I noticed no one talked about the Jermaine Petit body cam footage that came out, in which the LAPD audibly and explicitly say, he does not have a gun, but he was shot anyway. I also want to touch on Kalanch's comment that this insistence that the LAPD be present in the community to talk about gun violence is just ridiculous for 2 reasons. The first being that the root of gun violence or any quote unquote crime is a lack of investment in the mental, physical, and socioeconomic well-being of community members, and the LAPD's increased presence within these spaces, namely the overtime pay that Chief Moore talks about required by officers or required for officers to pretend to play basketball for a photo op or to tell people guns are bad, directly rob these same communities of resources that should go to them to better live their lives. And, even Chief Moore compares Newton to West LA, where he's saying, there's a smaller deployment in West LA, which is a larger area, a larger population. It's because resources aren't allocated to policing in the same way they are in West LA that they are in South Central LA or East LA. It's because the LAPD hasn't chosen to inundate West LA in the same way they flood South Central and East LA, because all the Black and Latinx folk are in South Central and East LA, and that's whom they choose to criminalize. That's where they choose to enact violence. Secondly, it's peak hypocrisy for the most violent, the most murderous police force in the country with an unparalleled history of racist violence to enter Black and Latinx neighborhoods and talk about the dangers of gun violence. It's actually more than hypocrisy, because the intent, by your own admission, is to attain the trust of these neighborhoods you'll shortly re-enter to take the life of a young community member like a 25-year-old Mr. Luna, who's killed on 6th and Alvarado, like a Grishario Mack or a Keith Bursey or a Valentino Oriana Peralta. By your own admission in discussing your quote-unquote workforce, despite your multi-billion-dollar budget, the department is failing to meet your own metrics, but it's not due to a reduced workforce. It's because policing isn't intended to keep us safe. It's ineffective at keeping us safe. If you're Black, it actually has the opposite effect. Policing is lethal, and it has always excelled at racist violence since its inception in slave catching. For all this talk of attrition, you certainly have enough officers to go on a killing spree. This entire thing's a sham. These killings are a testament to how reform doesn't work. We're catching this shit on body cam. The violence is still going on. This commission's a sham. Go back to in-person meetings, cut off the 45-minute time limit. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin.
Yes, hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Sure. I would like to speak on public comment, every agenda item, and captain's comments.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks for that meaningful formality. I joined the meeting 20 minutes late, so I made it in time to hear a ton of discussion about LAPD staffing levels and some follow-up questions from concerned sounding commissioners. But I do want to acknowledge that I may have missed the chief in the 20 minutes that I missed. I might not have gotten to hear the chief address some acutely important topics, and I would not want to look like a jerk by calling out the chief for failing to broach those matters or by calling out you commissioners for not asking tough probing questions, which after all is your job. So with that disclaimer in place, an LA Times article ran since your last meeting with the headline, quote, LAPD gang officers accused of racial profiling in detention of fellow officer. Now, if the chief did speak meaningfully and substantively about this article and elaborate and kind of flesh things out and outline future steps, then I commend you, chief, and I'm sorry I missed those remarks. Of course, if you didn't get out ahead of that in this meeting, then that would make you a coward and a liar by omission, and it would make this commission complicit in your evil doing by way of incompetence. But again, if you did address it and I missed it, then good on you. You are earning every cent of that drop payment that came from our taxes. Similarly, if the chief spoke to any of the questions raised in a separate LA Times article headlined "Video of LAPD High-Speed Chase That Killed Two Bystanders Raises New Questions," then I really look forward to reviewing those comments in the YouTube video of this meeting the commission will eventually release. If not, then you are engaging in yet more of the asshattery you displayed when, for instance, you said that George Floyd's death was on the hands of protesters as much as the officers who killed him. But again, I'm sure I missed your remarks and I look forward to reviewing them. In the 20 minutes of the meeting I missed, I am sure that the chief also spoke about the 12 people LAPD has killed this year by shooting them and chasing motorists through red light intersections, and the aforementioned Jermaine Petit, who was shot in the back by cops, or, you know, grabbing and body slamming people, LAPD's escalations of violence, covering it up using the significant resources at its disposal. And I'm bummed I didn't get to hear all those remarks in real time. I mean, only the lowest and slipperiest of scumbags would duck their professional and moral obligation to speak to those incidents, which involve the injuries and deaths of actual human beings who this police force is sworn to serve and protect. I can only conclude that the chief did speak to these matters and definitively, or else, commissioners, I would have heard you do your jobs of holding the chief accountable and being the citizen's voice in police affairs. If you did not do that, then a viewer could only conclude that you are all spineless toadies and worthless tools appointed by a disgraced and morally compromised mayor to legitimize the broken, dysfunctional paramilitary force that is the LAPD. But again, I'm really sorry I missed all of that. Finally, Commissioner Bonner referred to time as one of the most precious resources we all have. Then later in the meeting, I heard a caller refer to a police officer as, quote, my commanding officer, don't give time to cops.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Norma Chavez.
Hello, thank you. I have the issues with my computer. I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about bringing back more police officers, but I guess I really don't have anything to add to that because you already spoke enough about it. But I could really encourage you to bring back those that were let go because they were unvaccinated. We're in a crisis, and there's so much lack of police enforcement and prevention. We see it at our parks, we see it around our schools, and it's very, very, very scary. You keep talking about the police getting involved with the community, and I would really love to see that happening. I am part of a neighborhood council, and the issue that we have is because the SLOs are always very busy with doing regular police work because there's not enough staffing. There's no participation on all the events that we create for the community in which we want them to get involved just so that there is police presence. So again, this goes back to bringing more officers. With regards to the issue with Officer Contreras and Councilmember Monica Rodriguez, all I can say is that if there was obstruction of justice, to please prosecute, because if there's no prosecution, then what could a regular civilian can expect? That means that if we go talking about something we see, we might get in trouble. So that's very scary as well. I want to say that I strongly support the police. I don't feel threatened by them. I welcome their presence in my neighborhood and in my stores, in the parks and the schools. And the community around here feels the same way. We're saddened that we don't see enough of it. And we're sad that other people speak on our behalf and they say that they're criminals and racist when we don't feel that way. We support them, we welcome them, and we respect you. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T. Johnson.
Hello,
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hello and good day. I'd like to start off and revisit the COVID breakdown that Chief Moore spoke about during the last police commission meeting. 58% of the vaccinated have become infected with COVID since you started the mandate. I see that you have been capturing this data from June 2021 and including this data to reflect on current trends. Because this is a virus and is ever changing, I'm not exactly sure why your department chooses to collect this way and report it to the public in this matter. This is not a common practice in any field, unless you're trying to achieve more favorable results. Here's an example. Let's say 2021 was a successful year for solving homicides, and 2022 is an extremely low year for solving homicides. It is common practice to include last year's numbers with solved homicide cases and blend them in with this year's cases to give an appearance of more cases being solved. I believe your COVID mandate is a farce and is giving public a false sense of security. Let me explain. Look at the past few months that Chief Moore has reported on COVID. August, there was a total of 317 infections in your department. If you lined up 370 people 1 foot apart from one another, that would surpass a football field. Football field is 300 feet or 100 yards. 262 infections were from the vaccinated. If you lined up 262 people 1 foot apart on that football field, the vaccinated would span 262 feet or be at an 87-yard line. 55 infections were from the unvaccinated. If you lined up the 55 people 1 foot apart on the same football field, even with the other 2 lines of the unvaccinated, would be 55 feet long or be at the 18-yard line. These numbers are pretty consistent since January 2022, but you wouldn't know this by the way Chief Moore sometimes provides and doesn't provide the breakdown. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. Before I go, I want to leave you with this. If you do not tell the whole truth, you can mislead people just as if you tell them an outright lie.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam.
Hello,
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
could I speak on all of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. Commissioner Decker had said it's critically important, were her words, I think, to have these rental subsidies as the city continues to dismantle the limited eviction protections that came into play in 2020. In a city where uses of force by LAPD are predominantly used against an unhoused population that is disproportionately Black. It's almost funny, but it could never actually be funny that the public is told that this rent subsidization program is somehow an increase in the city's application of quote unquote public safety. Commissioner Bonner brings up how staffing shortages aren't just happening in police departments, but teachers and many other professions. I think it's notable to point out that while other professions like teachers and nurses are being further stripped of pay increases, benefits, work safety, etc., material needs not being met that directly inform those so-called shortages, police departments like the LAPD continue to incentivize people to become cops with astronomically high and inappropriate salaries and overtime,
ridiculous bonus and benefit structures, paying for college, the subsidized housing, etc. And the fact that people don't want to become cops makes it clear that more people are continuing to wake up to the fact that policing isn't a lucrative career for people that actually want to address and impact our community's safety in a positive way. Terms like legitimization crisis are used sometimes, and also know that police are used. And also we know that police and the US settler state respond to these crises of legitimization by finding ways to coerce the legitimization, whether through the application of criminality, through straight up violence and repression, through counterinsurgent modes of quote unquote community policing and more. Yeah, folks are realizing what others have known and have been saying forever. Shout out to folks at Stop LAPD Spying and other orgs that continually educate the public, but the community keeps each other safe, and no badge that gives legal right to violence that is rooted in the ongoing logic of white settler expansion is on one hand moral or good in any way, and on the other hand can or ever will actually litigate actual public safety. And I wanted to just say that because I think that's really important to hashtag never forget. So have a great week.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, the next caller will be the last. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Q Jean-Marie.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Pastor Q Jean-Marie, the Church Without Walls, Skid Row, also with Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice. We've been saying reimagine public safety, and we always get pushback. We're talking about $15,000 to $30,000 incentives in order to get folks to join the LAPD. This model is not sustainable, especially since we don't, how can we find that type of resource to hire more officers, but we could not find, in the past 100 years, we haven't found those resources to house the people who are on the streets of Los Angeles. Providing houses for officers when we've got a housing crisis is adding insult to injury. As was mentioned by others, professions all across the nation are losing folks. We're giving all this money to law enforcement. How are we going to invest in our schools, in our teachers who are also leaving, who can teach our kids? And studies have shown that when kids, uneducated folks, when you have uneducated folks, you may have more crime, right? Let's talk about healthcare. I've spoken to some healthcare providers who are still being paid $16 an hour, right? Because CLU works with folks and labor unions to accompany workers in their struggles, right? For better pay and for better treatment. When we have people we said who are frontline workers, nurses and healthcare workers and home care workers who are making $16 an hour, while we are saying we need to incentivize more money, we need to give officers more money in order to decrease crime. And if crime has increased across the nation for various reasons, including a pandemic, by the way, it is because, is it because historically this nation has been soft on crime? No, this nation has been tough on crime, especially as it relates to Black and brown folks. So it's not because we're soft on crime that we're having more crime. It's because the systems that we have did not work. We created mass incarceration, and when you create mass incarceration, you create a culture of violence because you're putting people in a particular lab and you're experimenting with them. You put them in this lab and then they learn how to be violent together, right? Which is basically a colonizer concept. So we don't hear the same commentaries. I hear people calling here all the time and attributing gun violence in this city to gangs. All of it is gangs, right? But we don't hear anything about mass shootings. We don't hear them say the same thing about mass shootings.
That is the end of our public comment period. At this time, we're going to go to item number 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Do any of the commissioners have any questions about the consent agenda items? Seeing none, I move that we adopt and approve all of the consent agenda items. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. This time we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda, the regular agenda items. We are removing item 4D from the regular agenda items at the department's request, and therefore we will only proceed with items 4A, B, and C at this time. So at this time, we're going to have the department's verbal presentation and discussion with respect to the Southeast Area Community Police Advisory Board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Captain Keith Green. I'm here with Miss Teresa Martinez, who's the co-chairperson for the Southeast Police Community Advisory Board. And like I said, I would definitely want to say good morning to everyone, of course, to Mr. President Briggs, Vice President Decker, Commissioners Bonner, Kalachi, and Sobroff, and Mr. T-Fink. Also, good morning to Chief Moore. So like I said, I'm very grateful to be able to talk about our CPAP partnership that we have with Ms. Martinez. And like I said, we'll go now to the presentation. And this will be our second slide. So if you can take a look at our crime statistics chart to your left, it shows where we are year to date in regards to our crime here in Southeast Division. In regards to, we have an increase in robberies, aggravated assaults, and thefts. Our major location of issue is going to be Figueroa Corridor. And as many of you probably know, prostitution is probably one of the biggest issues that we do have in that area. With that being said, we also have a lot of gang-related crimes. And then, of course, we have an increase in homeless encampments as well as to include RVs. When it comes to our crime reduction efforts, we do have the Violent Crime Task Force, which we have 2 days where we actually run that task force. And for the most part, that task force is generally located within our neighborhood engagement areas, our mission areas. And the thing is, we're trying to make sure that we're decreasing the level of crime, of course, making the communities much safer for those to enjoy and, of course, to live in. When officers are patrolling. Just want to talk about our neighborhood engagement areas. We have a total of 3 that exist here in Southeast Division. The neighborhood engagement areas are definitely important to us, and we definitely make sure that we meet with our community stakeholders to ensure that the officers are providing quality service. And of course, we have our senior lead officers who are actually going out on a daily basis to actually speak with them and make sure that we're addressing their problems. If I could talk about Project Safe Neighborhood, which includes neighbor engagement area 1, that area includes Manchester at 92nd Street, Grand to Broadway. Last year, June of 2021, the Department of Justice provided Southeast Division with more than $180,000 to assist in reducing the amount of crime and issues that we do have in that neighbor engagement area. Today, like I said, our arrests have gone up. The number of individuals that we detain, of course, investigations have gone up due to the hard work of the officers on a daily basis. And like I said, very proud of the men and women who go out there to the streets and, of course, make interaction and try to make the neighborhood or the neighbor engagement area as safe as possibly they can. If I could just switch over to our grid outreach efforts. So personally, whenever we have major issues that regards to gangs or youth, I'm in constant contact with our representatives from GRID, who are Reginald Zachary, Julio Barona, as well as Carlos de Santiago. And I have a great relationship with them as far as to try to dispel rumors, have them go out to different locations. And of course, they actually interact with citizens and individuals to see what type of help they could provide assistance to the neighborhood as well as to the community members. And like I said, great working relationship that we do have. If I could just transition over to the Human Trafficking Task Force that exists in South Bureau. Like I said, Figueroa Corridor is definitely one of our major issues. And of course, with the help of the South Bureau Human Trafficking Task Force, the officers go out there on a daily basis. Like I said, they're making contact with young women who sometimes are being trafficked in the area. And just over the summer months, I would just like to add that we did have vice units from all throughout the city that responded to South Bureau, in particular 77th in Southeast Division to assist with the trafficking of these women, and of course, trying to arrest these the pimps who would traffic these young ladies. I do have a success story that on August of this year, August 25th precisely, we had the Human Trafficking Task Force that was conducting their investigations, and they came into contact with a minor who was 17 years of age. They were able to assist the minor in getting help. They rescued her in essence, and they were able to actually locate the pimp who was actually having her out there in the streets, and of course, having her perform the different activities. And so, like I said, a great success story. Also, Southeast Division, we have our vice unit, and right now we have 1 sergeant and 2 officers. And speaking with my vice sergeant, on a monthly basis, they're making approximately 20 to 25 arrests when they're working, and they're trying to definitely cut down and, of course, reduce the amount of prostitution that's occurring within the Southeast area. I'm proud to say that next month we're going to add additional 2 officers to the vice unit, and so our arrests should be going up in regards to the prostitution. Of course, we should definitely be able to make a dent into that type of activity that's occurring in Southeast Division. Our SURA project. So we have 10 basic ACARs that exist here in Southeast Division. And Southeast Division is approximately 10.2 square miles with over 150 residents who live within the various communities. With the SURA projects, each basic ACAR, the senior lead officer has determined what is a issue. And of course, where are we actually going to focus on to make the community that much more safer and for everyone to enjoy. And so we actually have created that. And of course, we actually review those, scan and analyze response. And of course, we provide an assessment after a period of time to ensure that we actually have taken care of the community members. And of course, we're helping them out as much as we possibly can. All right, so the next slide, as you can see, that's a map of Southeast Division, of course, with our 10 senior lead officers. And of course, you can see the various council districts members, Councilmember Harris Dawson, Councilmember Price, and then of course, Council Member Busciano. So I have a great relationship with the district directors. And of course, whenever there's a issue, they call me. And of course, I call them to inform them, of course, what's going on in the Southeast Division to ensure that we have a game plan to address any issues that occur. And of course, to make sure that community members are aware of situations that occur here in Southeast Division. And once again, I said, it's a great partnership. Our senior lead officers, they do a phenomenal job, as well as the men and women who work patrol, as well as our detectives and supervisors. And of course, like I said, we're trying to make Southeast Division as safe as possible. And if I could just highlight some of our great things for the weeks ending in August 13th as well as August 20th. Southeast Division was ranked #1 in Part 1 crime reduction, as well as ranked #1 in property crime reduction. And so that just goes to show that a great testament of the hard work that the men and women are doing here in Southeast Division on a daily basis. Do we have our challenges within the division? Without a doubt. But at the same time, we have very hardworking men and women here who know the job. And of course, with the partnership of our Community Police Advisory Board, like I said, we could only do better as the year ends here in 2022. And of course, looking forward to great things in 2023. So with that being said, if I could just pass it over to my partner, Mrs. Teresa Martinez.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teresa Martinez. I'm the co-chair of the CPAB. I've been here for almost going on 24 years. Love it. Can't get rid of it. Can't get rid of me at all. But as I said, CPAB is really important to us. We communicate with the officers and with the people in the community. We have our weekly conference call where we have a lot of guest speakers there, and senior lead officers will give their report. The captain will give his report. And we also make sure we stay with our partnership with the clergy, neighborhood council, our block club, volunteers, and also the interns. We do a lot of work. We make sure we stay with the community, make sure they know we're here. We're out here to help you guys with everything they need. A street cleanup, everything we have. Our big job is our national night out every year in August. That is our big project. We have so many vendors giving out free car seats, how to make sure you adjust them right, books for the kids. We have the clown, we have the dentist that's there who will show them how to brush teeth, give them information. But like I said, we need to make sure we stay communicated with the officer. With me, some of my members that I know will come to me and ask me, this happened, Ms. Martinez, what can I do? So I tell them, give me the address, whatever. I try to give them to maybe the senior officers who I know. I'll let them know this happened here and here. This lady called me. You know, I know he'll do, you know, he communicate with people. But like I said, we always make sure we stay communicated. That's very important for us. We need to stay communicated with the officers. You know, make sure if you see the officer, wave, hello, you know, just wave to them, tell them, hey, I'm here, you know. And like I said, I'm here. I've been here almost 24 years. People can't get rid of me. And we have a lot of people, organization that will help us out, you know, vendors, Parents of Watch, WLCSC, Children of the Night, also the Morningside Medical. She gives out food once a week and free medical advice. You know, she gives out information for the community who cannot afford a regular doctor visit. You know, they're there at the clinic to help them out. Like I said, Parents of Watch, she's really a good person to work with. I work with her. She gives out a lot of giveaways. She gives backpacks, clothes, food. She also even gives out $25 gift card. Her name is Sweet Alice. Everybody knows Sweet Alice. So, you know, I make sure when anything's happening, she's doing, I say, okay, Sweet Alice is going to give her this, you know, so she'll tell Miss Martinez, give out the flyers, you let them know, people know I'm here, we're going to do this and that. I said, fine, as you know, she's my landlord, and I live right across the street from her. She knows she could depend on me. Whenever something happened, Miss Martinez, here, go talk to the cabinet, call your senior officer. I try to stay in touch with some of the school around there, elementary school. I tell them, okay, this is your senior officer. And anything happens, give them a call, you know, let them know what's going on. If you need extra little patrol after school, and you know, you guys have practice, you know, for the kids have practice, volleyball or soccer, you let them know, you know, if anybody's around there, you know, they'll be patrolling. Like I said, I'm here. I try to make myself known. Contact, you know where I live. If you have any problem, I'm here. Like I said, CPAP is really important to us. We need to make sure we stay in touch. Thank you. That's all I can say.
First, I want to say, Ms. Martinez, thank you so much for your service for 24 years. I mean, congratulations on that. And it just shows the extent and caring that you have for your community there. And I applaud you for all of your efforts on behalf of the entire commission. I just think that you've done a tremendous job, and this shows the type of work that when community members get involved in their own community, what can happen. So again, you know, you've done just an incredible job along with the Southeast Division and Bureau there. It's an amazing story to tell, and thank you for all of your efforts. I do have one question before I ask other commissioners to bring forth their comments and or questions. What do you see as a member of a community, some of the largest challenges you face right now? I know that you know, Captain Green gave us the statistics, but as a member of the community, what do you see as the largest challenges you're faced with?
I think it's some of the parents or members are afraid to talk to the police. And I try to explain to them, they're here for you. You know, I'm just one person. I could do whatever I can, but you need to get a hold of your senior officer. You know who he is. I give you the card. Explain to him what's going on. You know, I'm here. I try to do whatever I can. So like I said, I try to help you out, and it's not your turn to do your part.
Thank you for that. At this time, I would ask that Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Just a couple, please. Want to thank the captain and Ms. Martinez for spending a little time with us this morning. we had a conversation earlier about the staffing levels in the department and the potential or apparent impacts on the response times and the amount of time officers have to engage in proactive policing and engage with the community and so on. If I can ask Ms. Martinez, what are you seeing or experiencing, whether it's personally or on behalf of the CPAB membership in this regard, in terms of, are you feeling the effects of staffing shortages in the department and noticing any reductions, whether it's in response times or the amount of time that officers have to spend with the community?
Well, I really can't say if I've seen any shortages, because we don't have our in-person meeting. Everything's on conference. But I heard certainly we'll be having an in-person meeting monthly besides our conference call. I try to stay in touch with the captain or my senior lead officer, make sure if everything, are there any new officers or whatever. Like I said, I try to stay in touch. Hopefully, the more people we have, the more, I guess, opportunity there are out there.
So I have a question kind of on that as well, but what I'm thinking of in the first question is, are you people coming up to you and saying, hey, I needed the police yesterday, I called them and they didn't come, or it took them too long to get here, or we're just not seeing enough of the flow? I mean, what are you hearing in terms of the community in that regard?
So far, I haven't had no negative call. With me, they've been helping me, telling me, oh, I did this. I said, that's good. Stay in touch. I have no negative feedback on them. Mine is always positive. I think that's what I feel is positive.
Appreciate that. And it also may be it's just for the captain, maybe it's a sign of how you're managing the challenges as well. So I appreciate that. I did want to ask also, you mentioned, Ms. Martinez, you've been engaged there for 24 years, so which we appreciate. There was also a little discussion earlier today about the importance and the need of always kind of replenishing with new blood, new energy, to not that people need to be out of the equation, but that you need to continue to bring young people and newer generations in. What do you find in that regard in terms of those who are engaged in the Southeast CPAB? Is it a collection of people like yourself and Sweet Alice and others who have been engaged and involved in the community for a long period of time, or is that also complemented with a number of newer people coming new to the conversation from the community?
To tell the truth, I've been trying to give somebody else a chance. I said, no, you're doing the work. You're the best worker we have. We don't need nobody. You know the community. You know us people. So either way, I can't stay away from the CPAB. No. Like I said, I've been the co-chair for almost 24. Well, exactly 20 years, because I wasn't there before they pulled me in. But like I said, I've been a member of CPAB for almost 24 years, and I've seen a lot of people come and going. I've seen interns who are helping us a lot, and a lot of the members say, Ms. Martinez, keep it up. Just keep the good work up. You're out there. So I said, I'm trying my best.
Can you just lastly, can you comment on how do people know about it? How do people know about the opportunity? Is it word of mouth, or how do you go about recruiting people to the CPAB?
Well, it's like word of mouth, and whenever I see some new members of the new people around there, I'm in CPAB, you need to come to this meeting, you really enjoy it because it's very informative. You give out a lot of information, a lot of help. If you have any problems, they're there. They're able to talk to you. So in other words, I'm the word of mouth. I'm Rona Barrett from South Watts.
Well, we sure appreciate it. We're going to wish you well, not only in your continued work there, but also in the ongoing effort to bring new people into the conversation, because that is going to be critically important. As important as your work is, you can't be everywhere doing everything for everyone. So just wish you well in that effort to attract more and more people to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Calanche, did you have any questions or comments?
Briefly, thank you. Congratulations on a great presentation, and thank you for your service. I'm assuming that there, if I'm correct, Southeast has the two CSP sites as well?
Correct, yes.
Yes, no?
Yes.
Four, okay, four,
Four,
okay.
yes.
So I'm wondering, I mean, those are key areas for the division. So I'm wondering how you're integrating folks from those CSP areas into CPAB. It shouldn't be like there's like Southeast and CSP. So how is that integrated? Those are key areas for the department. And they're key areas in the Southeast division. So I'm wondering what the communication is like in those in respect to CSP and integrating them into the work that you're doing there in Southeast. This for Captain or Ms. Martinez.
Well, so definitely we have a great working relationship with the Community Safety Partnership Bureau. And I think that's probably something that we need to work on a little bit better in regards to making sure, or they're just inclusively in regards to individuals who live within the CSPB area. And so like I said, definitely it's going to be a work in progress. And I'm sure there's many people who would like to join the CPAB. And like I said, just the word getting out there. And so that's something that we're going to work on with our community relations office to make sure that everyone who resides within the Southeast area is aware of it. Like I said, everyone has a voice. And so we'll make sure that we will get that information out.
Right. So
we also have the Spanish CPAB. We have the Spanish CPAB. And even some of the English we always go attend to their meetings, and vice versa, they'll come back and forth, you know. We stay in touch, so.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I would recommend that in each of those CSP sites, there are the leadership committees, the CSACs. So maybe something you could integrate into your structure, or CSP could integrate into their structure, is that maybe 1 or 2 members of each CSAC could be part of your CPAP, so that there's a lot of dialogue and communication coordination with CSP and the CSP sites and the residents. Just a recommendation, but yeah, I would love to see more integration. But thank you for all the work. I know Southeast is one of our busier divisions, and I had an opportunity to visit. So yeah, so thank you for everything that you do.
But thank you so much,
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
Thanks, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Decker, did you have any questions or comments?
Briefly, thank you, Commissioner. Well, first, Ms. Martinez, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your 24 years of service. And I did hear you say several times they can't get rid of you. Well, I don't know that anybody wants to, so please stop offering. But thank you so much for your service, ma'am. It means so much to our city. Captain, I have 2 questions for you. Largely, I want to be sure I'm connecting the dots on your presentation. I thought I heard you say, you know, you've achieved great crime reductions in the division, which is terrific. But I also thought I saw on one of the charts that robbery had gone up. Am I correct in that?
No, you're absolutely correct. Like I said, our violent crime, aggravated assaults and robberies have gone up. As an example, our robberies are up about 24%, and our aggravated assaults are close to 4%. So like I said, no, are we taking great strides? Absolutely. So when it comes to violent crimes, that's probably where we're having the most difficulty. But like I said, with our personnel, like I said, they understand the mission to go out to the field and of course try to go to those hot spots, those mission areas that we predetermined between myself and Captain Doman, my partner. And so definitely, is it an issue? Absolutely. Is it something that we could try to fix? Yes, that's what our goal is. And like I said, we want to make this community as safe as possible for everyone who lives here. And once again, it's a challenge, but like I'm sure we're going to meet it, and we're going to drive down the crime as much as we possibly can.
Absolutely, Captain, and appreciate all of your efforts. I just wanted to be sure I understood the challenges you're facing, and thank you and everyone in the division and the CPAB for taking that on. I did want to ask about human trafficking briefly, Captain. And you did again talk about great successes. I wonder if you could talk about the different community groups that you're working with in terms of, you did mention rescuing a young person.
Right.
If you could highlight the issue, the challenges, as well as the success in working with some of these community organizations.
Well, yes, we have Children of the Night. We have Department of Children and Family Services that would come out and of course give us lend us assistance with us. And of course, it's tough because many of these young ladies, there are young girls. They're very incorrigible. They see the fast money, and they may say they want help and assistance, but then at the same time, they may decide that they want to run away. They're no longer interested in receiving assistance, and they may go back to doing the same things that they were doing beforehand. So it's a cycle that we're trying to break, and of course, trying to educate these young ladies that no, this is a moment in time. No, this is not the rest of your life. And of course, we have these other resources that are available. We have our council districts that we meet with, and of course, our grid youth development that they're involved also. So like I said, it's definitely a full court press. We want to make sure that we have all the resources that we can to try to address this issue. And like I said, it's been going on for years. And like I said, we were trying to do any and everything we can to change the dynamics, the mindset of those young women, as well as those individuals who go out in the street, of course, solicit these young ladies for these services. But once again, I said, with the personnel we have here in conjunction with the Human Trafficking Task Force, it's a struggle, it's an uphill climb. But like I said, we're looking forward to trying to diminish it and of course, decrease as much as we possibly can.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff, any questions or comments?
The work that you do is legendary in the community and really something for other CPABs to follow, and a lot of them do. I think your longevity there is really interesting. In addition to beneficial, it's historic. You've seen ups and downs, and I just commend you. I think it's wonderful. I think we all, after doing anything for 24 years, would like to have folks think about us like we all think about you, and you're much appreciated.
Thank you. Well, I was born here and I still live here. All my family, we all live right next to the Watts Tower, all 11 of us. So it's only myself and my brother who are living here in Watts. The majority of everyone already had moved out, but
You mentioned the Watts Towers. I took my grandkids, even though it's closed right now, down and read. We walked around the outside and read the history and everything else. And I encourage everyone that is on this call or listening or will read about it to do this. It's a special place, and since you've lived there for a long time, you know a lot more about it than I do. But it continues to be a very, very special place.
It is. It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Captain Green, Ms. Martinez, thank you for a wonderful presentation, and stay safe and keep the community safe down there. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, thank you so much. You guys have a great day.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4B on the agenda, the Mayor's Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development verbal presentation and discussion. Can we have Mr. Zachary, Reginald Zachary?
Good morning, Commissioners. How are you doing today?
Well, good morning, Mr. Zachary. How are you?
Thank you for having me today and allowing me to do this quick little brief presentation to you. I see some familiar faces on this panel, so I am glad to be presenting to you today. I don't have a whole series PowerPoint. I just did one little sheet and I don't know how to do it. So maybe if you can let me share, maybe I can do that. Yeah, okay. So just wanted to begin by, like I said, thank you. I've been in the position as the director of the Gang Reduction Youth Development Office for 18 months and have previously worked in the office since 2009. So I'm very familiar with GRID and had the privilege of working under Commissioner Decker when she was in the mayor's office, and have worked consistently with Chief Moore since I've been in the office in his tenure. And so I am grateful today to present or to, discuss anything that you might have in regards to the Gang Reduction Youth Development Office. Overall, our relationship with the police department has been strong. We consider LAPD as one of our vital partners in the work that we do. Our relationship has been great. on a regular basis. Our staff and the staff that we contract with work with the 4 divisions in regards to trying to reduce the violent crime in the communities, the 23 grid zones. We have been doing this for almost since 2009, but most recently we have been kind of strategically working in areas where our partnership is growing and developing. We also participate in the LAPD training with officers. We partner in Summer Night Lights. We partner in many of our monthly trainings that we do with our agencies. And then we also have a violence reduction strategy meeting with LAPD, which includes captains, lieutenants, and officers that are assigned to the various areas. We have been working very hard to kind of reduce the violence in all of our 23 grid zones. We provide intervention and prevention services throughout the city. And so in those grid zones that we work with, we have 23 grid zones, prevention and intervention. We contract with 25 contracted agencies. We have 3 diversion providers, sorry. We have 5 reentry providers. And then we have, as a whole, approximately 130 community intervention workers. And what their role is to go out into the community and to work to stop the next retaliatory shooting in our 23 grid zones. We have about 40 surge ambassadors, and those surge ambassadors are additional frontline workers that we have added since 2021 to assist us in directly responding to those areas in which had an uptick in violence. And then we, in each of our grid zones, we have about, in totality, about 143 case managers that do our prevention and intervention services for the grid program. We have a comprehensive strategy that each grid zone works with. And as I said, we do everything uniformity in all of our 23 grid zones. We have community engagement, we have gang prevention, we have gang intervention, and then we also have violence interruption. Our Summer Night Lights and our Fall Friday Night works as a complement for all those 4 major components. And we infuse all of those components in our Summer Night Lights and Fall Friday Nights during the summertime when the uptick in violence occurs in our community. So in a nutshell, that's pretty much what we do. I want to open up the floor now to any questions that you may have. I have some stats, but I didn't want to just bore you with all of those. I wanted to see if I could address any of the questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Zachary. I have a couple of questions. You briefly touched on the fact that one of the things that GRID is known for is to help stop retaliatory killings. And to that extent, I applaud you. I've been down to the Southeast Division and had some GRID members come in and discuss with me exactly what they do in that regard. My question, however, is also while down in the Southeast Division, I learned that sometimes some of the gang members they go to other gang members' territory. They post on social media, hey, look where I am, I'm in your park, which then results in, some shootings and potential homicides, which then creates that cycle of violence. Is GRID doing anything to try to intercept those types of social media postings or get out in advance of it before some sort of violent action can be taken to essentially, stop the violence before it even occurs, and then this cycle begins to, take place?
Yes.
Can you speak to us about some of those steps?
We do our best to keep up with social media, but as you know, social media evolves so quickly. Before we can turn around, things are posted so quickly, just like the incident on yesterday. at the Roscoe Chicken and Waffles. Things are posted so quickly, but our intervention team is instructed to monitor their areas with with the social media. It becomes a little bit difficult because we don't know all the times when they're posting things. We try to respond as soon as we get word of it, and we try to prevent or put interaction opportunities where we can stop the violence from occurring in the beginning. Sometimes it's very difficult because we don't know exactly where all of this social media posting is coming from, but we do our best to try to avoid it and stop the next retaliatory, or to stop the shooting in the interim of what's going on. But we definitely do our best. Social media is a challenge for many of us. Many of our intervention workers don't have the access to have individual computers. So we try to do our best to equip them with all of the materials and the equipment that our funding can provide for them.
Thank you. Do you have any basis for measuring the success of GRID, or the challenges that you face where you potentially need additional resources?
So that is a great question. I'm gonna go to my last screen. That juvenile justice research is our evaluation that we've been conducting since 2011. We have right now approximately 10 research briefs. There will be additional, maybe 3 to 4 more additional briefs coming out. That is our evaluation, and it is conducted through our research partners at Cal State, University of Los Angeles, Cal State LA, and they have taken each one of our components and evaluated them for their effectiveness in providing services in our 23 grid zones. So some of our evaluation topics are our comprehensive strategy. What is it? Our triangle protocol, whereas that's the relationship with LAPD, how the effectiveness of spread, having the communication between the 3 partners, GRID, LAPD, and the community and our intervention workers. All of that is evaluated in our research brief. On an annual basis, we also provide a evaluation report of all of our services that we provide to all of our GRID providers with our youth. And so, for instance, like in 2021, for prevention alone, we served 3,141 youth. We have an annual report that I can provide to all of the commissioners of all of our stats for all of our components that I just listed off to you earlier.
So of those that you serviced in 2021, do you have a measurement of how many violent crimes you were able to stop?
Yes, we can tell you how many the crimes that we responded to. Out of the 1,292 incidents that GRID was notified of, we responded to 802 incidents. We responded to 61 single victim shootings, 27 homicide. 61% of single victim shootings, 27% of homicides, and 9% of multiple victim shootings. So out of the 1,292 violent incidents, GRID responded to 802 of those that were deemed as gang-related incidents.
And in responding to those 802, do you know if the response was successful in preventing additional violent acts from occurring?
Yes, we discovered that many of our responses did reduce the next retaliatory shooting, and I can provide that with you. Yes.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind later providing that information to us, that would be very helpful.
Yes, I can.
At this point, I have no further questions. Are there any questions from the other commissioners? Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Zachary, for being with us this morning. I had a couple of questions. First, this is kind of a big picture question. If you were, someone were asking me, and probably you, was to characterize the gang problem or situation in Los Angeles in the 90s. You might have mentioned it was all about the Crips and the Bloods and the crack epidemic and so on. How would you characterize the situation, today? If someone were asking that question today, what is the gang situation or picture in Los Angeles?
From my perspective, and I can only speak from Reginald's perspective, I look at it as more of a financial mechanism. It used to be, when I was growing up, more territory, but now it's more financial. Many of the gangs now have been creative and providing resources as far as making money and enriching their neighborhoods with those funds. So you have a lot of the selling of the drugs. You have a lot of the just a lot of things. In the last year, it was more of the PPE loans and all of those things. So it's more attributed, I believe, to financial resources and making money, as opposed to more territory. There's still a lot of territory beefing going on, but I think it's more attributed to all of the financial resources that they're making from the illicit activities.
So that relates a little bit to the second question was related a little bit to some of the conversation about what you attribute the impact in reductions in crime and shooting and so on. You discussed that, and I was going to, as a follow-on, ask whether you track and address those issues along with the LAPD's crime statistics and tracking, or do you have a separate approach to tracking crime data and statistics? And along with that, based on your last comment, I was going to ask also then about are you coordinating, say, with the commercial crimes division or other parts of the department that in a way that maybe we're not doesn't immediately come to mind?
We get all of our stats and things from LAPD. We work with your statistical department and utilize the information that's coming from LAPD. And so we work hand in hand with you to work along with all of the stats and incorporate them in the work that we do in GRID. And to answer your question, no, we have not coordinated with those units. We have been pretty much focusing on working with our captains and our lieutenants and things like that in regards to our responses for GRID.
And that maybe I'm not nearly in as good a position as you would be to make that determination. I would just reflecting on the situation you just characterized, it seems to me that someone somewhere should give some thought to the potential value of also looking at, whether it's, I don't know whether the commercial crimes division is the right part of it or not, but just that picture that you mentioned or that you described as the way in which some of the gang activity may be integrated into some of the local economy. I think it's something that should be considered in some way. My last question, I suppose, is about you mentioned the juvenile justice research and so on, and there in the broader conversation, we're hearing a lot about but still not only the impacts of COVID and how that's impacted young people, but the impact it's had on the mental health of people of all ages and so on. And I'm reflecting a little bit also on some of the earlier literature about the mental health and development of gang members. I think it's an area that's not been well researched, but the point basically is that if you can't look at a 10 or 15-year-old kid from who's surrounded by gang activity and expect that person to process information, make decisions in the same way that some kid in a more structured and stable family environment might think about and make decisions. The question is, are you engaged at that level? I know that you were responding and very effective in terms of incidents, but I'm also then looking, do you have that connection to the broader set of dynamics at play here that impact the thinking and the mentality, the mindset of people who are engaged in gang activity?
Our case managers work with our youth and our young adults on a regular basis, and so they are I guess involved in many of their lives, and for many of them, they have to deal with those public health responses and those mental health needs. And so what we do as an agency, we refer out to additional resources if the agency cannot handle that in the purview of what they do on a regular basis. But each agency is assigned case managers to work individually and create a case management plan for all of our youth and young adults that are enrolled in the GRID services. And in addition to that, GRID provides through some of our grants, we've been providing additional resources for our youth and young adults in the terms of dealing with mental health and trauma related services. So what we do, what we can't do, then we refer out to additional agencies outside of the GRID regular contracted agency, but in a part of our network system.
Okay, so I know of GRID and Interact as or in the context of LAPD and policing, and I take from what you're saying that if I were in another, or if I were in a social service department, I might also hear from and interact with GRID as well in the context that you're describing.
Yes, through our case managers, yes.
Yeah, got it. Okay, appreciate that. And I will look forward to, I was noting some of the website and so on that was mentioned on the juvenile justice research. And just we'll continue to think about and would invite you to as well to the discussion about how to better track and think about the commercial side of this problem that you characterized. That was a real eye opener to me. So I appreciate that.
And just to add to that, we've also been partnering with the County Office of Violence Prevention, who is really in the forefront of trying to connect with the city in regards to thinking on a large time scale of how we can service the youth and young adults of the entire county. So we've been partnering with them to try to find ways that we can partner together on projects and things to assist in that vein as well.
Excellent, appreciate that, and just wish you well. And I know it's very challenging and difficult work. There were a lot of issues given that you faced, along with others after the pandemic and so on. I know there was a lot of real time impact on your organization. So just appreciate you staying in the with the effort, and wish you well in the your continued I think I would call it success. So just wish you well on all that.
Thank you. And I do want to add, even though COVID was made it where we had to shut down, our office and our service providers continue to keep working. They went remote, and so we enabled them through the usage of Zoom. They still connected with their youth and young adults to provide services.
And much needed indeed. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Chief, I see you have your mic open.
Was there any other commissioners for comments? Before I just want.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Decker, then, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. First, I do want to say, Mr. Zachary, what a privilege it is to see you again. Congratulations on your promotion, and I would say your continuous, your lifelong commitment to our community and to public safety.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do, and please extend my gratitude and the Commission's gratitude to all the members of your team. The chief has kept us up to date periodically on the challenges faced by GRID during the pandemic, and you started mentioning it. And my questions have to do with those challenges, but really where you are today in terms of overcoming them all. Would you say GRID is back to where it was pre-pandemic? Is it still on the way back? Do you have the resources to address that? Because it did, obviously, the pandemic challenged everyone, but I would imagine particularly GRID, even though you tried to accommodate it by going online and all the things everybody tried to do. But your work is very proactive, and it's very face-to-face, person-to-person oriented. And I wonder if you could comment on that and where GRID is today in terms of coming back.
Okay. We have rebounded well. Actually, all of our numbers, we just did a preliminary look at our numbers from January of 2022 to June of 2022. And we have increased in all of our numbers as far as program services for our youth and young adults. So we're on the uptick in regards to responding. Our biggest challenge has been, and this has been with many people, is finding locations where we can have large groups of individuals to gather together. GRID does on a major basis a lot of training for our agencies as well as our intervention and our staff. The challenge that we have been facing is many of the places that we have used in the past are no longer accommodating large groups of folks. And so we have been having to break down in smaller groups. For instance, our intervention training, where we, on a numbers basis, we train anywhere from 30 to 40 people. We've had to break it up into two cohorts, which has added an additional cost for us. Because we can no longer do the large groups. For our Summer Night Lights program, which was a major thing, during the summer, we hire anywhere from 365 youth. We could not even do our training as we normally do because of the restrictions of meeting space. We had to break it up where each individual park had to do their own training, which is somewhat difficult because our young people are not getting the same message all at the same time in the same place. They're getting the message, but it's dispersed into different groups. So that has been the challenge. The other challenge is that we've been facing is a lot of the vaccination challenges. For many of the neighborhoods in which we work with, they're still not comfortable with becoming vaccinated. And so it creates a problem when we have to deal with our work within the confines of our public health, where restrictions are where you have to be in the building, but you have to be vaccinated, or in order to be employed, you have to be vaccinated. So those are some of the challenges that GRID has been facing. It really affected our Summer Night Lights this year. With a lot of our youth employment, because a lot of the parents were still resistant or hesitant in getting their children vaccinated in the population that served for Summer Night Lights. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Some of our intervention workers are still a little hesitant about interacting with certain folks because of the pandemic and the effects of COVID. So we are steadily trying to get the upgraded PPE supplies and things like that for our frontline workers that have to go out there in the community. But things are on the uptick. It's getting better. And we do see some sunlight on the horizon. So GRID is continuously to be versatile and doing things to kind of accommodate all of those needs. But it has been a challenge for us.
Yes, it certainly sounds like, and it certainly sounds like you've done as much as possible to try to overcome that, particularly with, the hiring needs. I do recall how what a great hiring effort took place in the summer. In terms of your obligations and requirements for the rest of the year, are you still having challenges hiring people, leaving aside the summer, which is unique?
It's getting better. We just ended our funding for our 3-year cycle, and we just renewed all of our contracts for the next 3-year phase. And so some of the human resource offices are having a few little challenges, or finding folks that are willing to comply, because a lot of our HR, a part of their policy is you have to be vaccinated. So it is creating a somewhat challenge, but it's not a challenge that we can't overcome.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you for coming here today, Mr. Zachary. A pleasure to see you and to hear about your continued good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff.
Sure. Reginald, Mr. Zachary. I got to tell you, I mean, any list of LA leaders, any list of most influentials, any list of most powerful people needs to have you right at the top.
Thank you, sir.
What you're doing is God's work. It's incredibly important. I congratulate you, sir, on your promotion. But I'm concerned about the promotion of these super gang recruiters. And I'm concerned about the promotion of all these repeat offenders that are out on the streets.
Yeah.
Because they're making your job awfully damn hard.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you a question about help.
Okay.
about assisting it does. What other organizations are there in Los Angeles? There are a lot of service providers. I know some of them firsthand, Big Brothers, of course, and places like Expo Center that effectively do what you do. Can you tell us about some of those? And can you tell philanthropy here who may be listening, or private sector people here who may be listening, how important it is to you and your efforts for those organizations to also be supported?
Yeah. So I would like to say that, first of all, one of our biggest partners is LAPD. They have been instrumental in helping us to not only think outside the box, but also helping us to create a different avenues to deal with that very topic that you brought up. Through the efforts of the Chief Moore, and some of his workers, we have been able to find out in advance some of the release of some of these individuals who are coming back into the community that have great impact on the work that we do. What we have found is when those individuals come back,
negative or positive?
A positive.
Okay.
Yeah, in a positive way.
Negative too.
Yeah,
okay.
In a positive way. And the reason why I'm saying in a positive way, we have kind of gotten ahead of the curve in some instances, whereas we've received lists for individuals who are returning, and we're able to alert our intervention workers who are out on the ground and let them know that X, Y, and Z is coming back into the community. For many of them, they already know, but it's good to at least have a list or something to say to them, hey, you may not know that this individual is coming, but there might be released and it may have an impact on your community. So it enabled us to kind of get a plan together for many of our intervention workers to kind of know who's coming out, who's, being released, all of that information. And it kind of helps them to kind of know where the hangouts are. Because oftentimes when those individuals who are very instrumental in the violent part of life come back to the community, they go back to the same locations where their previous activity was. And so our intervention workers are able to kind of circumvent some of that by talking and visiting those locations. So that's a great help for us. As far as assistance with the GRID office, we invite and solicit those public dollars, because that's how we do the ancillary services for GRID. Without those public, those private dollars, we can't do the additional work that we do. Summer Night Lights is in many ways funded by a lot of the philanthropy and the private dollars. And so without those, we cannot offer the free recreational facility, the free sports activities for all the 43 sites that we operate in right now without those private dollars. We cannot provide the food that is so essential during Summer Night Lights for the community, because in many cases, that's the food that they have during the summer. School is closed, and so for many of the kids, that is the meal that they get during the day. So those private dollars enable us to do a lot of the activities that we do. We do, when there's areas where have a violence uptick, we do these things called pop-up. We use those private dollars to do extra activities, whereas maybe it's providing food, maybe it's doing workshops or things. We do those with those private dollars. So it's very important that GRID not only have the funding that's coming from the city and the general fund, we need that philanthropy, private dollars to help us to continue the work. And then it also enables us to look ahead of the game and do future planning for what we need to do. Because as we know, we only have 23 grid zones, but the city is larger than 23 grid zones. So we need to start beginning to look to see how GRID can evolve into the next iteration, and whether or not we need to expand the grid zones that we currently have.
How about other organizations outside your purview? Can you name some or just give some examples of some that are helpful in doing what you do as well?
Yeah, so a lot of our agencies that we contract with also are partners with us. They also have their own mission and statements that we partner with. So for instance, like the Brotherhood Crusades, the Soledad Enrichments, we also partner with HACLA. on because we work in many of the communities where there's a lot of housing development. We partner with and my mind is just slipping right now. But on the private
It's all right.
I can't think of it, but it's a long list that we have for SNL that we partner with, but they come to our aid in assisting us with providing services on a long range basis. And I'm sorry, the list just blew out my mind right now. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Again, really,
Yeah.
you're one of the most important people in this city of Angels right now.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. Commissioner Palanche.
Hi, Reggie.
Hi, Lou. How are you doing?
Good. I'm good. Obviously, I know a lot about grid. In my previous job at Legacy, we were a grid provider. So with that in mind, I'm actually going to dovetail on some of the comments and questions that have already been asked. Just to ask you two quick questions.
Sure.
Obviously, we want to invest as much as we can in the communities, especially these high need communities that have a lot of need for investment in youth development services and intervention services. So what do you feel is still missing that needs to be invested in based on like all the knowledge you have, because you're providing these key services across the city, obviously. And I would love to hear from you what you feel is missing, that if we had the funding that we could invest in this specific program or service. And then the second question is there something that LAPD can do that it's not doing to support your efforts? Because I know that we've come a long way.
Yes.
We started doing intervention work with grid. I mean, there wasn't the communication between interventionists and law enforcement was not there. Today, like we've come a long way. But what else can we be doing to support? So those are the two questions, like what would we invest in? This is your platform, and I think that's what Commissioner Soberoff was getting at as well. What could we invest in that the city or the county or funders are not investing in that would make a big difference in preventing, the gang involvement, the arrest, all that stuff? And then what could law enforcement do better?
Okay. So to answer your first part of your question, I think that training programs are essential. The population in which we work with are not, and I'm not saying they can't, I just believe that they don't choose to, because some of the opportunities was never presented to them as far as education. One of the things that I remember when growing up was trade schools were a number one thing if you did not want to go to a four-year institution. What I have seen for many of our young people that works in the grid, that participate in grid, is they need opportunities. Right. And they need opportunities where they can connect with something that's tangible for them. For many of our young people, they don't see the four institution as something that they can achieve, but they can. I do believe that like our community schools and the trades, I think opportunities like Youth Bill and the PV jobs and things like that are essential for the population in which we work with. The downside of that is there's not a lot of training programs. There's not a lot of opportunities for the young people that we are trying to work with to give them that alternative lifestyle. Gangs is attractive because it's a quick thing to get them money. Right. For many of our young people, there is no other opportunity. So if we could invest in more trade schools or things that would provide a long-term goal. I know that in one of our units, one of our agencies have been working strongly with some of the trade unions to get our young people in those. That has been an appealing thing for a lot of our young people who thought maybe they could never, ever have a trade before. So I do believe those things of that nature will assist grid in continuing, not only grid, but any kind of organization in the city that is working, trying to combat some of the negative influences in our community. Those type of things will help. What I do believe LAPD could do for us is to continue to keep working with your officers and things to understand, help them to understand that sometimes our young people make irrational decisions, and those irrational decisions sometimes linger with them or stick with them. and that there is hope that these young people can change. I have seen, since my experience of working in this office, that people can change if they're given an opportunity. The negative thing that I sometimes hear from the young people is that when they're approached by our officers, they already deem them as criminals. They already deem them as individuals who do not want to contribute something positive in the community. That's not always true. They just never have been taught or never given the opportunity to do something positive. So I think with working more closely with our law enforcement, and that's why I believe that SNL is essential. People look at SNL and they say, oh, the food thing. I think it's more than that. I think it's developing relationships and community-driven opportunities where our young people can see our law enforcement in a different light. For many people, they see law enforcement as a negative thing because many of the experiences early on in their lives have been always where law enforcement had come in to do something to, resolve an issue. But there are other avenues where our young people can see. And I really would say that from my experience in the many years that I've worked, one of the things that I would like to see is more of the Explorer program going into our neighborhoods and giving those young people an opportunity to see a different side of law enforcement. I growing up in South Central LA, I didn't have the best relationship with law enforcement. I didn't believe in all the things I believe in now, but because of my exposure and my experience, my viewpoint on law enforcement has changed. And I grew up in the Newton area where it was very difficult during the time when I grew up. So, yeah.
Thank you, Reggie. That's super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Palance. Chief Moore.
Thank you, and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity just to make a quick summary. Reggie, thank you for your presentation today. Thank you for the ongoing partnership. To the commissioners, the report that he referenced, he buried the lead, if you will. 41% reduction in retaliations is the analysis, the study of this is not just anecdotal. We know that their work in the communities reduce gang violence, reduce acts of retaliation, and prevents even violence from erupting to begin with. But in the 4-year study, over 109 fewer homicides, 349 fewer aggravated assaults, all gang related. And so we see those are lives that are saved because of the work and the dedication of the outreach intervention workers, because of the incident response program. I will say to Commissioner Bonner, your inquiry is fair. The limits that have been placed on GRID has been to try to systematically review the actions and to capture a certain set of data, and so that we can hold the model to test that is it actually drawing down the instances of gang-related violence in our communities. But your point's well taken, is that as the gangs have changed in their behaviors and are now looking into other financial crimes and so forth, how do we capture that information? I will say that from the department standpoint, we are working with GRID, for instance, in the arrest of follow-home, follow-off bandits. We're providing those arrest lists to there's a public information, we're providing those arrest lists to GRID so that they can research and understand from their own standpoint, without sharing with us, what their involvement has been or could be as efforts of intervention and further prevention, and also siblings and others that may be influenced by an older member of their family or their association that's involved in this dangerous activity. When you ask what we could do better, we can do better on incident response program notifications, getting more information. There's 2 times as many instances that likely should have been called out to GRID so that they could assess and determine whether or not they have resources and could and would respond. Obviously, the more they know, the more they have an opportunity for that 41% reduction to manifest itself into fewer homicides, even more broadly, and less shooting violence. Lastly, in doing that, though, the jeopardy is that their resources are scarce and are stretched. I do support the expansion of GRID zones, the expansions of, we get away from the zones as much as we get into the areas of the city, because as there is still territory or neighborhood based, there are also activities that just flow across areas that are not strictly set by a certain set of boundaries. Lastly, I do think mental health work in support of GRID operators, interventionists, They see a great deal of trauma themselves, are placed both in their own history as well as the work that we have them doing, and getting support for them to build their resilience, to build their confidence that their work matters is also an area that I would encourage us to look to, so that they can continue to have a workforce that is so effective. That last, I will often talk about mental health workers in the absence of psych services and really social programming off hours. Grid is the absolute 180-degree opposite of that. They find a way to be in the streets and to be in our community and to make meaningful interactions that I only wish it serves as a model to the rest of our mental health professionals and other outreach workers, that they go to the place where the time and manner when it's needed. And that is a 24/7 clock. And for that, I'm grateful. And thank you for the opportunity to just make a few comments.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Zachary, I look forward to getting to know you. And thank you for all the work that you've done. I think all of my colleagues here who do know you have expressed their appreciation for what you're doing for our city as a whole. And I too appreciate it. And so you have the thanks of the commission for that. Thank you very much, as well as the city.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4C on the agenda, the department's report with respect to the street racing task force. And we have Commander Jesus, please.
Pasos.
Pasos. Thank you, Commissioner Talante.
Good morning, President Briggs. I think I have you now. You have me.
We have you, yes. Please proceed. Thank you, Commander.
Good morning, and good morning, Honorable Board of Police Commissioners, and good morning, Chief. To my left, you have Sergeant Jesse Garcia. Jesse Garcia is a longtime member of the Street Racing Task Force. He started looking into this adventure in 2015, received department support, and so Central Traffic was the first entity to start their own street racing task force. I'll have Sergeant Garcia speak on concept of operation shortly. Just a brief overview. We're going to give you some year-to-date stats, department resources, concept of operations, governing laws that we're using now, new state legislation that has just been imposed, and then some department recommendations that we're going to lean into for the future. And we'll close with the 6th Street Viaduct that you folks would like some information on.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go second slide. Next slide. So these are our stats as we stand in comparison to 2021. So we've had 705 illegal street takeovers prevented or disrupted by the Street Racing Task Force. This is a 44% increase from 2021. We've had 58 department task force and 30 joint outside task force, which we'll get into in a little bit later. That's over 400% increase from 2021. We've had 674 citations issued during illegal street racing. That's a 63% increase from 2021. And we've had 457 impounds impacted or conducted during illegal street racing. That's a 27% increase from 2021. And so I just want this to be noted that while Central Traffic started off and they were the most vested due to the size of the city, we've created Street Racing Task Force in every bureau that's reflected with every traffic command. So Central Bureau has Central Traffic, South has OSB, etc. So I'm going to have Sergeant Jesse Garcia talk about our concept of operations and how they operate.
Good afternoon, everybody. So the concept of operations for the Street Racing Task Force is throughout the city. You know, our information comes from community tips, historical locations, and calls for service. When we get calls for service, we obviously respond in a manner that's safe for everybody involved and disrupt the activity. When we're not responding to calls for service, We're dealing with historical locations, and again, we're there, high visibility, high presence, to prevent the activity from beginning in the first place. And ultimately, when we get community involvement and engagement from all of our stakeholders, we address all their concerns with this quality of life issue because it's pretty significant and dangerous to everybody involved. The street racing units throughout the city operate on two tenets, which is enforcement and abatement. Our primary goal is to abate the activity, preventing it before it happens. Otherwise, we do take enforcement action. We disrupt this activity. We take appropriate enforcement action, which is a key component to the success of these teams. Now, identifying violators can be difficult at times based on the activity. We use many resources, including our air support units, to help us identify these vehicles and follow up with criminal complaints and judicial seizures of these vehicles at a later date. When we look at the rules of engagement, everything that the street racing units do comes with the safety of everybody involved, whether the community, the participants, the officers responding. And a lot of times, the majority of the time, the main course of action is to identify these violators and go after them at a later date, away from these major scenes, in the interest of safety for everybody that's involved. And our most effective tool there is using judicial seizures and criminal complaints at later times. One of the greatest successes to this program in and of itself has been the collaboration with our allied partners, the County Sheriff's, the Highway Patrol, and other municipalities that surround the city of Los Angeles in addressing this growing problem on a regional level. And it has brought additional resources into the city, as well as collaborated with our outside agency partners in just building a better relationship with everybody on the regional level. Some of the current laws that we have right now that we address and deal with daily is number one, felony evading, when these individuals run from the police with a wanton and willful disregard for the safety of others. That's a very serious problem. It places everybody in danger. Reckless driving, same thing, places the community in danger, including the participants. Exhibition of speed. These are also, again, everybody's in danger when these individuals are driving their vehicles in this manner. Now, the recourses we have, in addition to the criminal complaints, is the removal of the vehicles, which are the instrument being used to commit these acts. And given an observation by an officer on the street, 2319.2 of the vehicle code allows for the vehicle to be held up to a maximum of 30 days. The secondary section here on the slide, 1462.7, focuses around filing a criminal complaint, writing a warrant, presenting it to a judge, and then having a magistrate approve the seizure of that vehicle, again, for a period not to exceed 30 days. This is very beneficial because it shows that the department has taken a both proactive and reactive role to the activity, showing up to somebody's place of residence or where they have their vehicle and it being removed for an act that they committed within the city. And finally, we have a municipal code ordinance that allows some action to be taken towards spectators that are involved in this activity. The spectators are just as culpable in this activity as the individuals doing donuts in the intersections themselves.
So, and then recognizing that the state is actively involved, the Assembly as well as the Senate, a few bills that have passed recently to offset some of the street racing activities that have been noted. And it's predominantly by some of them being more so the CHP and DMV assessed types of scenarios. So AB3 is passed if it's occurring on the highway. Now there's a mandatory suspended license for 90 days up to 6 months. So that's new, that's been written into it. And then AB 2000 has to do with off-street facilities. This had to do more so with things occurring in the street. So now they've amended that to where if it's occurring in the parking lot, action can be taken. And then vehicular manslaughter has now added the aspect of gross negligence. So now they can prosecute an additional crime with it in passing that amendment to the vehicle code. And so with that, as the department leans forward, we're asking for a number of amendments to the California Vehicle Code, the Los Angeles Municipal Code, Government Code, and the Penal Code. A lot of these changes would make changes more mandates rather than some of them. Now there's some wiggle room in them. So for instance, the cars that are impounded now, it's up to 30 days. We'd like to have the vehicle code change to reflect a 30-day impounding time with no waiver. Also reflective of this would be driver's license suspensions, as well as greater DMV points assessed against folks engaging in this type of activity. The one that we would really like to pursue actively is not only the seizure of a vehicle, but the forfeiture of a vehicle used in these events. What we're seeing is if we have something that has some teeth in it legislative-wise, we'll be able to disrupt this activity. And a case in point was in the not long ago, after they took over a 7-Eleven, CTD and STD put together a task force, and they impounded a number of vehicles throughout the weekend. It turned out to be 56 in total. And many of the folks agreed that they should have heeded the warning, but the teeth of that impoundment in those cars, that definitely showed an impact on these folks coming to the city to do this, engage in this type of activity. So moving on to the 6th Street Bridge, I know that there was a question on this. And so this has been a collaborative effort. This is between Operation Central Bureau. Hollenbeck predominantly had the lead, Central Area in support, Central Traffic Division also in support to resolve the activity on the viaduct. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Council District 14 stepping up and taking a proactive measure on this, as well as DOT Department of Engineering. So they ended up through conversation creating the bot dots on there to prevent some of the street racing occurring on the viaduct. They also put up some of the anti-scaling fencing as a temporary fencing to prevent folks from climbing onto the arches, as well as graffitiing the bridge. And they've also created a graffiti abatement process to have that graffiti knocked down. So with that, basically when the bridge opened, there was a collection, like I said, of the above entities to get involved in this. There were proactive measures. There were 24 hours out of the day. Things have substantially slowed down now. So now we're into a monitoring tempo of the bridge. You see from July 20th, August 27th, we issued 333 citations, 8 arrests were affected, and 22 impounds were pursued. To some of the further recommendations that we've had in moving forward is securing a permanent fencing on the bridge in the areas that have been jeopardized or breached, and more lighting to affect not only the top of the bridge, but also below the bridge. And then a dedicated response, kind of a community ambassador response to keep the traffic moving and to keep PEDs moving. There's also a request in for cloud-based video monitoring that I think the agreement is that Hollenbeck, Central, and possibly CTD will have viewability to monitor activities going on within the bridge. That, do we have any questions?
Thank you, Commander. I have one, I guess it's a big picture type of question. Street racing has gone on since men have invented cars. I mean, this goes back. It's older than I am, and I'm kind of up there. But and I appreciate all that you're doing. I mean, has there ever been a proposal whereby one of these car racing circuits or an abandoned airport can be utilized for this, in a controlled environment, and just steer folks that way rather than the street where they're creating these dangerous situations?
So, Commissioner, you're not going to like the answer to this. The answer is yes. So, and kind of in giving the foundational aspect of when you and I were younger men, street racing was the quarter mile set up on these long industrial areas. And then we've seen it essentially turn into the youth that used to create flash mobs. Now we're seeing them in cars taking over these intersections. So Irwindale Speedway, which is not that far away from us, every Thursday night I've spoken to them. Every Thursday night they have what's called the hot box. And it is specifically set up to receive these folks where they can come and display their wares. And it's just, and his intent is just like our intent. It's to get them off the street, stop jeopardizing themselves, stop jeopardizing the community. And he offers it at no cost. They basically get to go, show up, and do what they want to do. What we're finding out is that the incentive, even of no cost, it doesn't offer the attraction to what we're seeing occur in the city with that mass of people and that takeover and that rush that they're having happen to them.
Thank you, Commander. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to other commissioners who have questions. Commissioner Bonner.
Sure, happy to. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I just had a couple of questions. One, and this also is kind of a big picture related to, I think, the whole conversation is what have you found in terms of the basic profile or demographic profile of those who engage, in this kind of activity, both in terms of age. I'm going to assume that it's all or predominantly male, but I don't know if that's the case. But what is the profile? Is it by age, demographics? Are they people in school, work, or what have you?
I'll take that question, Commissioner Bonner. And the demographic is very broad. It covers every ethnicity that we have in Los Angeles. It mirrors the Los Angeles County area. And age-wise, 15 to 45 is the age range that we're dealing with.
Wow.
It's pretty broad.
Okay. And then what, second question is, what are you finding? You mentioned, and you had the slide up that showed a number of the vehicle code provisions that are used for citations and arrests and so on. Is there any information that's been developed yet about other types of criminal activity that may, whether it's those who are engaged in the racing themselves may be involved in some way, or some activity that goes on in the crowd during the events or something? But what other types of crime do you see occurring around these events?
Typically, Commissioner, we see, in addition to the takeover itself, it's a boisterous activity and it assumes a mob mentality. So we have aggravated assaults that occur, we have robberies that occur, we have had shootings and homicides. And most recently, the flash mob activities that we saw in Central and Mid-City, or South Los Angeles and Mid-City a few weeks back.
And Commissioner, I think on that too, just to kind of talk on that topic is we're not talking about, these are some of the things, but the actual vehicle itself colliding with people. We have those occurring and those are going unreported. So those crimes they're not for us to be able to investigate or prosecute folks that are doing this. On top of that, we've had incidents where they've hit somebody in the crowd and the folks have turned on that person, on that crowd, and they've destroyed those vehicles physically with their actions, and then also assaulted those types of drivers for engaging in this behavior. So it's a growing dynamic that that's why I said, as we push forward with some of these legislative changes, we're hoping that it has some teeth in it where we can somehow start preventing this and having them stop coming down into the city.
Appreciate that. I think my final question along these lines, you mentioned earlier, in some cases when you're looking at the vehicle or the vehicles themselves, that some of the enforcement activity occurs after the fact, that somehow, whether it's evidence, video evidence, or anything else, that you might track someone down and take enforcement action long after the actual racing or takeover event. how I'm trying to understand also, putting that in perspective, is that the rare occasion? Is it the common approach? And coincident with that, I'm now looking at what you're experiencing in terms of addressing, an incident of this size. So in my mind, just based on what I've seen, you've got vehicles in an intersection, you've got large crowds of people around. That's a combination of people who are just bystanding and watching for whatever reasons, some who are actively, what I think of as active bystanders, people who are there to purposely to participate in that kind of environment. What has been the use of force experience in that kind of environment? Is, when the department shows up in a situation where there's many more people in the crowd than there would be officers, and so I'm trying to understand what is the basic, posture, when you come into one of these scenes, and what does that activity really look like?
So I'll answer the first half of your question, Commissioner Bonner. When I spoke about taking action at a later date, when we try to make some of these enforcement stops, these individuals don't stop. You see the magnitude of people in the intersection, the cars. Okay, a decision gets made in the field right then and there. Am I going to chase this car or not? Okay. The general practice of this unit is not to chase them because it compounds the risk to the community, to everybody involved. So enough information is obtained to be able to follow up with this investigation at a later date, away from this scene, away from this activity, and it gets presented to a judge so that the judge will review the circumstances and see if there's sufficient cause to order the seizure of a vehicle. And that leads into an ongoing investigation to identify drivers and those who committed these acts.
Now, to finish that point, in terms of the thrust of that question also was, is that the minority of cases, the lesser event, or is it par for the course? Maybe it's random, I don't know, but.
So Commissioner, to that question is, as I stated, that CTD had the predominant focus on this, and a lot of the outside agencies and working together. They were kind of the leaders in stepping this up and impacting those judicial seizures. Now, all of the other commands are looking at this, and all of the commands are taking that same approach. When we have vehicle identifiable information that we can write the warrant, craft it, and submit it to a judge for approval to go ahead and get that car. And understand we're impounding the vehicle. Unless we have something where we can articulate and identify the driver, the overarching objective is to seize that vehicle, impound it, and then try to determine true ownership and go from there and see if we can determine who was actually driving on that night of the incident.
Okay, and then what, the question about I don't know that, I wouldn't say that there's a typical situation, but by and large, what are you finding in terms of the use of force in the crowd, situation? Are the officers coming and really concentrating on just stopping the activity and getting those to kind of disperse, or are you seeing any meaningful use of force in those responses?
So we've had kind of a couple things that have occurred. We haven't had a use of force incident in some time. This goes back to the off-road motorcyclists that were showing up to Hollywood. So we have not had occurrences like that. So they understand that the operational tempo is, if they go there and we're utilizing police resources and we're having voluntary dispersals, they're free to take that enforcement action. If we're having kind of a standstill where they're using the spectators to block it, that's when we call in the airship and additional resources to support us to get that group to finally dissipate and break off and then fragment. And then with the utilization of the airship or anybody that made observations, we'll try to go after the primary violators of the incidents. We are not in a composition of where we could gather up and kind of call for a crowd control scenario. It doesn't work out well in something like this, and the time delay it takes for us to get all those resources. Their intent is to be there 10, 15 minutes. It's not, sometimes not even that long. And then they're moving on to the next avenue. Their intention is, once they see us, they want to get away from us. But collectively, that's when we end up, unfortunately, sometimes chasing them around the city, trying to keep, this disruptive behavior from occurring.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I may have another question or two for you, but I know where to find you. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Are there any further questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Kalancha.
Thank you. Commander Passos, so just for clarity, right now, even if arrest isn't made or confiscation of a vehicle isn't happening at the site, just, and I think this is kind of what Commissioner Bonner was talking about, but I just need some clarity. The confiscation or whatever whatever happens after, whether it's confiscation of the car or arrest, depending on what the issue was, can happen afterwards.
Yes, correct.
So that is really good to know, because it could be, people that are thinking that they're not doing anything but they're participating, right, with their vehicles. An arrest or confiscation of a car can happen later.
Yes.
Right. Even if so they could be moving from place to place, but a week later they could lose their car. Right?
That's correct. And anytime if they do come across evidence and they're able to look at it and review it and determine that vehicle with some type of registration, if it happens 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks after the event, we still have the ability to prepare a warrant for a judicial seizure and go after that car.
Perfect. And then the current policy is to confiscate the car for, say, 30 days. Is that what our impounding policy
Yeah,
is?
the Vehicle Impound Authority gives them the ability to impound the car that's involved in it. And it's not a mandatory 30 days, it's up to 30 days. And this is where there are a lot of loopholes with some of the folks that engage in this type of activity.
And the current proposed changes in either municipal law or state law is to either confiscate permanently or.
So there's a couple things that I believe the department should pursue, and then these will go before the chief and the mayor. I believe that the impounding period should be a mandatory 30 days.
Okay.
And I believe after certain conviction, if involved again, or if you are involved in a hit and run at one of these incidents, regardless if it's a severe injury or a fatality, your car should be subject to seizure and forfeiture. So these are kind of my recommendations to go forward through the organization to the chief. These are a handful of them. And then that will be for the chief to endorse to the mayor.
What if a person is using a car that doesn't belong to them?
So
what is the recommendation there?
So that's where we end up, and the courts have that ability to juggle that decision. So here's the problem. You and I are both part of the street racing community. You register my car to you, and I register your car to me. And then what happens is on the day it's impounded, you show up and you say, I never gave him permission to do that. And we're subject now to releasing that car. So there's going to be some legal arguments down the road. There was a point of when the city did adopt seizures and forfeitures. And so we're going to look back at that to see if we can make that happen. And those will be court decisions.
So potentially we could possibly advocate for a return to previous policies or new policies that say, like, it doesn't matter who owns a car, this car was used in street racing and it would be impounded or taken away. That's something that we're looking at.
Yes, those are going to be recommendations.
Perfect. Yeah, I think those are good things for the public to know, so that they're not allowing friends or other people to use their cars in these situations. But well, I look forward to seeing where these policies go for the safety of the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Planche. Any further questions from the commissioners? At this time, gentlemen, thank you very much for a very informative report. Chief?
I want to compliment the work that Commander Passos, Sergeant Garcia are doing. The partnerships with not just here within LA, this is organic with our existing resources, starved resources, but they've made a commitment to bring this to bring enforcement efforts to try to not just disrupt, but really discourage people, not just on enforcement posture, but also by education and awareness. And they partnered with our smaller agencies from throughout this region, as well as the California Highway Patrol, because as I've said before, this is an incident, this is a phenomenon that, Commissioner Brake, you're right, this has existed probably before, since horses, if you will. But the point, the difference today is that, and we've always had the entertainment industry, we've always had the automobile industry that's, bragged about muscle cars, and we see these demonstrations on closed circuits, but it glamorizes the high performance nature. Things that are changing is the technology on these automobiles is just extraordinary as far as the amount of power and the amount of just what that machine can represent as far as danger to community when it's not used in a responsible fashion. Secondly, the issue of the development of social media. This is no longer the Van Nuys corridor and hanging out at Bob's Big Boy and cruising up and down the street. This is, as you see with the raceway that's opening its drag strip, and allow people to go there. The difference is with social media is that the popularity of TikTok videos and social media is to garner attention and to get clicks or likes and to monetize this by attracting crowds. And in that spectator crowd, then the mob behavior that begins, that starts with just loud and raucous actions that then devolve into acts of violence, including homicide, shootings. Our officers are regularly attacked, not just physically, but with the assault by green lasers. These spectators are a part of this, where they've conditioned themselves into countermeasures when law enforcement arrives. And there's means of communicating in which to thwart law enforcement's work. Again, my compliments to the traffic personnel, because they recognize the severity of this, but they're also not getting drawn into that trap. And while we will not ignore it, that we are going to take the necessary action to follow up and stay invested to seize those vehicles. We will be going before the mayor on his annual legislative change proposal, and we will be proposing much stiffer penalties in circumstances of people losing their car. If they're not responsible enough to understand what the actions that car may be involved in by lending to someone who clearly in these instances, these are not one-time offenders. That vehicle is a nuisance. And that person, that owner, just like lending a gun to a child, they're lending a dangerous weapon that's having a tremendous impact on the safety and sense of security in our neighborhoods. And I'm hopeful that we'll see state legislative changes in the weeks and months to come that allow us to put a greater dent and a greater counterforce to discourage this type of just wanton disregard. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chief. And also thank you for calling out some of the car manufacturers, because I've heard recently some of the ads that they've placed that they're touting about their muscle cars and how fast they are. And they're targeting it to a specific audience. And I think it's this audience, the street racers. But thank you very much for this presentation. We appreciate you, gentlemen. At this time, we're going to go into closed session, which will commence at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A and 5B in accordance with Government Code. Okay.
This shows as an action item, Mr. President.
No.
Oh, is it the last one?
4C. Yeah, it was the last one, which is not on the agenda.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
Government Code 54957.
Thank you.
Give the board secretary one moment, sir.
Yes, Mr. Tife, thank you. We're waiting on Commissioner Bonner. Here he comes down. Thank you. We have now concluded the closed session. Mr. Tife, would you please read back the findings?
Yes, Mr. President, Commission has concluded its actions in closed session related to item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 055-21. The commission adopted the recommendations of the Inspector General, which were tactics, tactical debrief 1 Sergeant 2, 2 Sergeant 1s, 2 Police Officer 3+1s, 3 Police Officer 3s, 2 Police Officer 2s. Administrative disapproval, 1 Sergeant 2, 1 Police Officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Sergeant 2, 1 Sergeant 1, 2 Police Officer 3+1s, 3 Police Officer 3s, 3 Police Officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 Sergeant 2. As it relates to item 5A2, law enforcement related injury number 057-21, Commission adopted the recommendations of the Chief of Police, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 Police Officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 2 Police Officer 2s. As it relates to item 5B1, adjudicated. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tife. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you next week. Stay safe.
Bye.